Did some messenger.
All right. Well, good morning. We're getting ready to get started here. This is our final open house anniversary celebration this week. We've had two others, one in Knoxville, one in Nashville, and excuse me, one in Knoxville, one in Chattanooga. This is Nashville, so this is the third one. It's our home market, of course. Been here, I've been here since 1995, but this business has been here since 1948. We're celebrating 65 years of my father's company, which started in 1958 down in Georgia, and we expanded up here, like I said, in the 90s, and very happy to be here and proud to be a part of this market. And we're going to have a lot of things going on today as far as presenters and what have you. But this morning, what we're starting off with is service school, and we're going to teach you how to work on, basically some of the basic things with the equipment that how you can maintain your equipment without having to call us. It saves a lot of money and time and what have you. So um, anyway, we got this big TV screen. Hopefully it doesn't distract people. But anyway, we'll use that later this morning. But we're going to get started now. We got Joe Stone here. Many of you guys may know Joe from previous open houses. Joe's been our service representative for a long time. We don't know how many years, but it's been many.
Over 10.
Over 10. A lot of numbers since we've had so much growth in our company. Anyway, we'll start with Joe. We got a lot of things to talk about, a lot of things to teach you today about how to be more profitable in your business and how to take care of your place. And then people that come to these things are usually the better operators. Wish everybody would come and listen, because if they did, they'd probably run better laundries and the whole industry would benefit from it. But it is live stream, so if you have anybody that's not here, it's also recorded, so it will be on our website after the fact so other people can watch it down the road. But we'll look forward to getting started here. Today, like I said, we have Joe Stone, we have Mark. I think this is the first time Mark's been the helper.
Yes.
And he's assisting, we'll call him an assistant, not a helper, but assisting Joe with his service school today. So if you have any questions, we're going to have specials. We'll be here all day. Well, everything's on sale today, even including the building. I'm just kidding. Building's not for sale. Anyway, so we're going to get started. And Joe, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it, as always.
Thank
And,
you.
if you have any questions, kind of interactive, feel free to ask Joe anything you'd like. If you have any problems that are personal to your machines, feel free. But also, we'll have breaks, and you come up and see the machine, what have you. But after no further delay, we'll get Joe started. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. My name's with Alliance for 30 plus years doing service, so I have a lot of experience with it. We're going to start off with the top loader and work our way down. Again, as we're talking about a machine, you're more than welcome to ask questions. This is for you guys, so you can learn different things that can help you save money. All right, so in the top loader, basically, when you start the machine, you have water going in, it fills up to a level, and then it's going to wash. As the machine is agitating, that's when the transmission is being used to do the 210-degree rotation. Okay? When the machine is ready to drain, what it's going to do is go clockwise, and when it's spinning out, that's when the water is pumping out, and at that point there, you're not using the transmission. So if you ever have a problem with a spin, it has nothing to do with the transmission, because that whole transmission is turning in the bearings. Oops. Okay, let me have the water out real quick and the pump. 1 and 2, thank you. All right, so when we talk about the water going out, this is a mechanical pump. It's at the bottom of the machine. And in one direction, it's pushing the water back up, so it's keeping the water in the tub. The other direction, it's pushing it out. If you ever get anything caught in here, you want to also look through here at the impellers. You'll see the impellers in there. If they're broken or damaged, you need to replace the pump. Okay? We can pass that around to everybody.
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
How often are you replacing that pump or the parts in that pump?
That pump is basically, as long as, it just depends what you get in there, what gets through and into the pump. You really shouldn't be replacing it all the time unless you're getting a lot of foreign objects, screws, wires, or stuff like that in it that's going to damage it.
stuff out of that, you'd be able to pull something out of it and still work.
Yeah, that's why I said, when you clear the pump, you'll pull it out, but then check the impellers to make sure they have not got damaged. Now, on the water valve, the main thing is we have screens on here. On the hose, which that hose, it's in here. On the hose, the side that's connected to the faucet also has a filter. Okay? We usually tell you to check these after 6 months of operation, just to make sure they're not getting clogged up. And if they are getting clogged up, then you want to set up a maintenance routine to keep them clean. Do not remove the filters from your unit, or you're going to end up failing a lot of water valves. Okay? They're there to protect the water valve. Okay, probably the main part where we see a lot of the work being done on a top loader is down at the bottom above the pump. You basically have the pulley, the belt, and the helix. These are plastic parts. If you have older ones, the whole pulley is plastic. We went to this metal one with the plastic helix just to save some on the plastic pulley. But basically, when you have issues in these areas, it comes from overloading. Okay, and I know you can't stop people. The way you're supposed to load this machine is the clothes are supposed to be at the top of the agitator. So you put the clothes in up to the top. So most people fill it all the way up.
And they push it down.
And they push it down, and sometimes they even add water. And where that will show up is here. Normally what you'll hear is that little, what we call machine gunning, and that's these two plastic parts not joining and hitting.
That's why if I call you and ask what sound it's making, I'm not trying to be crazy, it just helps diagnose what the sound is.
Yep, when you hear the sound, you know what it is. It's right in here. The main thing about this change out is the belt. Do not buy aftermarket belts. This belt is designed to slip. Most belts that you'll find at Napa or Pep Boys or wherever are not. So if you put one of those belts on, you risk damaging the transmission, because what that pulley will do is it will jerk it and keep it going, whereas this one's going to slip. Okay? So why do we do all this? We would rather it fail here and at the pump than to tear up your transmission. It's a cost thing. We have to live with overloading, so we would rather it damage here than the transmission. Did you get a close-up down there? All right, so as far as the top loader goes, does anyone have questions on problems they've had, issues, or how to do something?
Accessing the coin, I guess the slide, where you put your coin in.
Yeah.
How do you get to that part without removing that whole box?
You don't have to, I don't have that.
About removing like the coin, the slide itself,
Well,
or get into this right here.
yeah, get into where it keeps jamming. If it keeps jamming up and you're trying to access.
There's a special tool. It's about this long, and what it is, it's a hollow and it's square, and you put a socket on the 7/16 with a 3-inch drive socket, and there's a wire up here and a wire diagonally down, and you can feed that on there, and then you can use a ratchet to get those. There's 2 nuts in there, and after you loosen those nuts, you can push this coin drop back and pull the whole thing out.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get one of those.
Yeah. I've got the part number if
Okay,
you're looking
all
for it. Yeah, and that also is used on front loaders to get to them. But that's why that wire, when you look in there, what it's for is when you loosen up the nut, instead of it just dropping, it's on that wire, so you can slide it off and you don't lose the nuts. Nah, hey man, interactive, remember? All right, anything else on top loaders? How many people have top loaders? All right, so half of them. All right. Any other problems you've had?
Always overloading.
Yeah,
Every time.
with customers, there's nothing we can do about it because no matter how much we tell them, that's basically what they like about top loaders is they can jam all their clothes in there and feel like it's getting washed.
Feel like it.
Feel like it. It's not really, I mean, whenever you overload it, you're not washing as well. Yeah, it's not getting the movement it needs to wash. Yep. Yeah, like I said, top loaders, the number one problem we have is overloading. And that's why those parts down there are plastic.
So you guys that have laundromats, do you think that it's smart to just go with top loaders? Just make everybody go 20 pounds up?
Well, I would love to get rid of the top loaders at one of mine, but the other one, they were already gone before I took it over. And, so I didn't really have to deal with any of the blowback, but.
Yeah, if you're doing a new store, you don't want to go with top loaders.
Yeah.
There's no
yeah,
reason for
I
it.
wouldn't if I was doing new, but I'm kind of nervous. I only got 5 top loaders at my other one, and I get mixed from people. Some say you'll lose customers if you pull them, and then I hear, yeah, get rid of them because you'll get rid of the headaches. But so it's trying to balance it. Is what I'm
I
trying
can
to
tell
do.
you, I've been, like I said, been doing this school here for about at least 10 years, if not more. And when I first started doing it, most of all these seats would be filled and most of them had top loaders. As we went down through years, less and less people. The one we did in Knoxville, I got done talking about top loaders, nobody had any. So it was like, all right, sorry. But yeah, if you have the option to take top loaders out or not use them at all, you always want to go that way. And the main reason is a top loader, I mean, it uses a lot of water compared to a front load washer. You know, a front load washer utilizes the mechanical movement and the water perfectly. Again, when people stuff clothes in, they're not going to wash as well, but that's the same with the top loader. Okay, anything else on top loaders? Good to go. We'll go to this one. All right, so on the front load washer, when that first came out, that was mainly to replace your top loaders, to get people used to front loaders, and that's why it comes with a pump option or gravity drain. Here again, if we're talking about a new store, it's much better to put a 20-pound cabinet washer than this one. These are what we call light commercial, which means they can take some abuse, but they're not going to take all the abuse that happens in a laundry. That's what the cabinet washers are for. So this will work the same way. You have the water valve in the back. Water is going to come in. It's going to turn. When you really look at this, the water, you'll barely see it down here. And that's the way it's supposed to operate when it's loaded correctly, which means you're not supposed to stuff clothes in. You just leave a little air gap at the top. A lot of places I've seen actually have lines on here to show them how far to fill them. Because if you stuff it, a front load washer is just not going to wash the clothes that well. Number one, there's not enough water in there to really wash it. And what you want is the clothes wet and dropping into the water. That's the mechanical action that cleans them. Again, you could have a pump on here, or you can have a gravity drain. Let me see those first. Pump, and that gravity drain's in the bag probably. All right, this is the pump. It actually works really well. I just tell people if you have the option of running this machine, use a gravity drain instead of a pump. The pump has a nice clean out and everything. It works. It's actually been a decent pump. It's in the bag, I think. Oh yeah, that's all I need. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. But, you know, that's the difference in taking the water out. Sorry. Got to show everybody else. All right, so that's the difference about draining the water out of the machine. And of course, the quicker it drains, the quicker the program goes, which you get the people moving through. Plus, this one has a lot less problems if something gets caught or goes through it. Okay, when it goes into here, you'll know it because it won't be pumping out. Oops, sorry. Again, when we talked about water valve, we have the filters. These filters are plastic, so you pull them out with a pair of needle nose to clean them out. And again, on the other side of the hose, you'll have the other filter. Okay? These, you replace the complete valve when you have an issue. So the issues you can get, and they're a little bit different when you have a pump or a gravity drain. If you have a pump and you have a fill error, well, most likely it's going to be with your water valves. Okay? Whether they're stuck open or not flowing properly. But if you have a gravity drain and you get that same fill error, well, it could be the drain too, because water could be coming in and the drain could not be closed and water's going right out. But it will come up as a fill error even though you have a drain problem. With the pump, you won't see that. The only error you usually get with the pump is it doesn't drain in time, and then it won't spin. This is what we call basically a soft mount, and the soft mount means it rides on those shocks. Okay, so if I have an out of balance load, meaning maybe somebody stuffs everything in there and I get an out of balance load, what it will do is it won't spin. So the complaint from the customer will be, my clothes are wet. Okay? If you go to the machine and you see the things packed with it, you know what's wrong. There's no reason to call a service guy. He can't fix that. You know, there's just nothing he can do. And the only thing you can do with the customers is try and train them. This also, with a pump, you also have what we call suds detection. It's basically, because with pumps, you don't want suds running through the pump, okay? You need water running through the pump. When it goes to that spin, what it's going to do is, if it feels like there's too many suds, because people put too much soap in, every once in a while, right? All right, so what it will do is run another rinse to try and break down the suds and then pump it out. So the complaint you'll get from the customer is it took longer to wash. Yep. The soap dish, they can get an awful lot of soap in there. They don't pay attention to the max levels and all that. One of the complaints you could get is the fabric softener flushed during the wash. If that happened, you want to see how far they filled up the softener. Because if they take this cup and they fill it all up, it's a siphon cup, which means once it gets to a certain level, it'll start siphoning out. So if you fill this up and any water starts to go into there, it's going to siphon off. That's why there's a max mark. If you're there and a little water gets in, it won't start up. But if they're putting too much fabric softener in, then this will siphon off. Remember, this does come apart. If you're having trouble with either siphon, this comes apart. You want to pull it off and clean it out. Usually with softener, I'm going to pop that. I think there's a flat tip up there. With softener, you get a residue that stays in the siphon cups, in the tunnel. Once this pulls this apart, we'll show you. It's easier to just go this and put the screwdriver in there.
No, where, right here?
Yeah, like that. And then pop it out.
Okay, there we go.
It's all right. No, sorry. All right. That's a first. This is what we call the siphon. And usually what you'll find is in this area, this is where the buildup is with the fabric softener. Usually on the bleach side, it's pretty clean, but fabric softener will build up in there.
I'm fighting that a lot more than I had to.
Yeah, it's made to come apart. I got to keep looking at my time. Don't want to run over. All right. Now we'll go to the door. How many people have front loaders? Yeah. So again, this is light commercial. This is commercial. That's why this has a metal door and this has a plastic door. Probably one of the most common things that I've seen happen is people hang stuff on the door or they use it to lean over to grab their clothes. And what will start happening is it will start cracking. There is no fix for that other than to teach people not to. But we have, you have that stiffener? Should be right over there. Yep. We do have a metal stiffener that would go into the door between the two pieces of the door and that metal stiffener. Again, this just adds some help, but it's people can still break it. It's just one of those things where, you know, you hope you could teach people not to lean on a plastic door, but they will. A lot of times what will happen, the door lock. And the catch too. The other thing that I can do is even when that machine is locked, if I really want to, I can pull that door open. And that happens too. Basically, you have these teeth in the door. Just want to show them. Right here. And it goes into this door lock. Okay? Again, this is plastic. It can be broken. I usually tell people if this is broken because of abuse, make sure you replace this too. Because this will probably get chewed up too if people were yanking the door open. The door lock is pretty simple. As the teeth goes through and the door is closed, it pushes the switch. And of course, when you start the machine, this slides over to lock the teeth in. It's a basic door lock. It's a home style door lock kind of thing. But again, light commercial. I like to keep saying that word, light commercial. There is a difference. So replacing the door lock, you want to pop the spring.
Yes, sir.
Now that screwdriver is just a tad too big, just so you know. Okay, if I had to replace the door lock, basically I got the boot here. There's a spring within the where it connects to the door opening. It's just a little spring. Whenever you take these off, you want to make sure the spring is at the bottom. So at 6 o'clock. Okay? It's not like a huge deal, but it makes it easier. All right. So the gasket is basically just on the lip of the door. When you pull this open, you can remove the 2 screws and pull the door lock through there. And since we have the gasket at this point, if you ever had a gasket that has torn or is just... What happens is a lot of stuff, if you pull this gasket back, gets caught inside there, and it can get nasty. But if you ever have to replace a gasket, after you pop that off, you pull this front panel, we have 2 screws and then 2 in the top. And it's just basically a big clamp where it's stuck to the front tub. It's really easy to change if you have those get torn. Huh? Now you don't have to pull that part unless somebody wants to see it.
Also, if you replace this, it comes with some lubricant stuff. Make sure you put it on there because it will wear a hole back into it.
Yeah, the lubricant is on the outside of the gasket.
It goes,
Yeah.
like right there.
And what it is that's the point where the basket moves a lot, again, because it's a soft mount, so it's on shock, so it moves a lot. And the lubricant just protects the area where it heats up.
That way
From-
it's not rubber and rubber and I see that happen sometimes.
I'm sure. Okay. I think I hit it all. I want to make sure. Give me that. Okay, so when we talk about water level, basically we're using this transducer. This is inside the machine, and there's a hose on this front load washer that goes to the back of the machine. That's another point with the suds. If suds get in that line, then the problem you'll have is the machine will think there's water in there when you're looking at it and there's nothing there. So if you get the problem where at the end of the cycle the door doesn't unlock, what you'll get is a drain error because it still thinks there's water in there. Okay? Front loaders, problems, questions.
What is the error code when after the customer opens it, they get an error code, EUB or something like that? And then-
EUB?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. I couldn't pronounce it. Should that-
EUB is a balance. That's a balance error.
But after the clothes are taken
Yeah, well,
out,
this is what it will do. This machine is set up to try and balance the load. If it gets 100% balance to probably 98, 97, it spins at the max spin. Okay? If it's off, let's say it's only 85%, well then it's going to bring the spin level down to a safe level for that out of balance. But when it goes when it does that, what it's going to do is tell you that error. Now you can turn that off because it's a nuisance. You can turn it off. All that tells you is if it spun and that happened, it spun at a slower spin. And anytime, like on these, we have them turned off because, you know, you get so many of them, it doesn't really help you. So, and the way this was designed is basically, if you look at that tub, which if you want to spin that a little bit, you'll hear that noise inside there. What that is that basket has a balance ring on the front and the back. Balance ring is ball bearings and some oil that sit on the basket. What it does is if you have an balance load, those ball bearings work to the other side to balance the load out. And that's how we're able to do smaller loads, because usually a soft mount machine does not like small loads or too large of loads. You got to load them perfectly. But of course, in a laundry, we couldn't do that. We had to have a solution for it. The balance rings helped a whole bunch. That was in 2015. Prior to that, we were fighting people because they weren't spinning. And sometimes we were spinning anyway, even if it was way out of balance, and then that would cause the shocks to fail. So, 2015, we really cleaned up this machine and made it easier to be used. Again, I think the only common complaint I get from everybody is the door.
so when we have that error code, should we just pull it out and put it back on? What do you
Yeah, you can flip it, but you can turn that one off.
Every time
within-
you go behind them.
Yeah, the next, when a service tech can use the software and turn that error off so it doesn't display on the screen. Okay.
I think you might even go in there and do it
You
manually. on
probably
some of
could
them.
go in there, but you just got to go through a lot of.
Yeah.
I always tell everybody trying to program stuff manually, you can do it, but you need the book in front of you.
Yeah.
Because there's so many with these machines. There's so many different little codes that it's hard to figure out where to go. Other than the beginning where it shows all the pricing and the levels.
I know
And
that.
and then after that, when you have to find something, you really need the programming manual.
I know where that and the out of order is, and that's about it.
Yeah, yeah. Now you'll notice that this machine has the readout is white. That's 2021. We started using our newer control. It's called the titanium. Shouldn't be a bigger difference, but basically it has what we call that the Wi-Fi connection to connect to networking and all that built into the control. So it's not a separate board anymore. That's similar to the touch control too. Okay, it uses what we call NFC communication, which allows us to actually have a couple apps that can be used to program basic stuff. It's pricing, it's turning off things on the top loader, but it's basic programming stuff. And they'll build on it where you could do a lot more, but for right now, it's a nice little app to have to change pricing and stuff. Okay, I think we hit everything.
I got one problem I have is, the error code will be FLO. The machine will just stop before it cycles, finishes the cycle.
Yeah.
So there's.
Flow is water flow.
Yeah. And what I do, I just unplug it, wait for a while, plug her back in, wait for a little bit, then you can hear it pump out.
Yeah.
And then it's all okay, and then you can start another boat.
And it works on the next load?
Yeah. Sometimes it'll go for a week, sometimes the next day you'll have problems.
Yeah, I would probably actually
Look at maybe
start with your hose, where it goes down.
I've checked all the screens.
Yeah. What I'm looking at is actual water pressure
Yeah.
in this hose. You guys got to remember, it's just a little bubble in there. So it doesn't take much of any gook to get in that hose. And the best place, like I said, we can't show it on here, but if we open up the back, that hose is in the back, is to pull it off there, disconnect it from here, and then you can wash that out, blow it out, whatever works for you. But just make sure of that. But then if it continues, then I would almost be looking at this one. Because the flow error is basically telling you it's not getting flow, but you're seeing water in there.
Yeah.
So if you see water in there and you're getting a flow error, well then that's what's sensing the flow and how much water you have in there. So it's going to be that, or that hose has something where it needs to be cleaned. Yeah. And if you want later, I can show you on the back of that where the hose is. On the back, it's where you'll find this. It's you'll see the little green piece there. You'll see that on the back. That's where this is located. The hose comes off of it and goes into the back of the washer. But that's where your problem should be. Anything on front load horizons?
I just have a question as far as like all these parts, is it like been easy to get them in? I've heard like there's been shortages as far as like
During COVID, we had we had two things. We moved our parts thing, and then we started getting a part shortage. But I think as it stands right now, most parts are up to date. The ones that we have the most problems with are older parts that aren't used in production anymore. A lot of electrical components to make old controls and stuff are not available. So they're trying to figure out ways to get around that.
With upgrade kits, I mean, ways around it, so you're like upgrade kits.
Well, they search for the components. They even maybe find old components and scrap out and use parts. I mean, there's a lot of different ways they go about it, but it's more our vendors doing it than Alliance. You know, for everything we make, we can still make. Yeah, the only problem you ever have is what our vendors make. We have no control over that. I don't think we have obsoleted any parts since then. So the delays in getting them, like I know some old inverters, it took 6 months to get them in, but we're still getting them. So. Anything else on front loaders or top loaders? Okay. All right, so you want to start with that one?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go on to the cabinet washer. Again, this is 20 pounder through 100 pounder. They're all set up the same as far as how to work on them. We have now these will all be gravity drains. Good. I think the pump is available on 20 pounders, but I would never recommend a pump on a cabinet washer. Okay, on the cabinet washer, the way it operates, basically, as I close that door, go ahead, doing your thing. There's a magnet on that door, so there's a switch behind there. And when I close the door lever, I'm making a switch. So that tells the computer the door is closed. Those are two switches in series. Okay.
Right there.
Get all his video in. So again, this is where the magnet switch is. As I close this door and turn this lever, you'll see the door bottom switch is made. So this bottom switch and that magnet switch is in series. That tells the computer door closed. So if you get any type of door closed error, that's what you're looking at. What will happen is when you start, this little solenoid will get a pulse and shoot into the door handle. Now it's going to pop back because it doesn't like that because we have power on the machine. What that's doing is that solenoid is going into this part of the door handle. Okay? So, with that, through time on these doors, again, people leaning on them, people loading stuff on them, this door can go out of adjustment. When it's out of adjustment, basically, this hole is not lining up with that solenoid. So what you'll hear is somebody will start the machine and it will click. And it will click again because it will try a few times to lock the door. Then at that point, you'll get a door lock error. What you do in that case is you loosen up the hinges. There's 4 bolts for the hinges. After you loosen them, you want to shut the door. Then what I do is I actually take, like you saw me, turn the power off. Let me start with that. Have the power off. And you can, up top, there is a plug you can pull out. That'll be safe enough. You can move that solenoid back and forth. You want to make sure it's sliding into that door handle correctly. Okay? If you feel it and you're hitting something and it's rough, well, then that means it's not lined up right. But once you have this lined up right, then you tighten these 2 bolts to hold the door in place so you can open it and get to the other 2 bolts. Okay? That's basically door closed and a door lock error. Okay. Now, occasionally you'll have these micro switches go bad. That's easy enough to change out.
I was gonna say something that I've noticed that I see a lot of places. When you pull this handle, it should drop back into like this neutral position. Like when you do a handle like that, it should drop back in that neutral position. And a lot of times I get some calls that's not lining up. What ends up happening is it gets dirt and gunk in there. When they pull that handle up, the handle stays because it has dirt and gunk in this little shaft right here. And sometimes it doesn't hurt to clean, like take the handle apart and clean that shaft off and get the dirt and gunk out of there and make your handle flow freely again.
As far as taking the handle apart,
I mean, if you're comfortable with doing that, you know how to do it. That's one thing. If not, we can do that. But it's one of the things
Yeah.
I've noticed happen.
there's a pin on the door. Okay. You would have to tap that out. But I always tell people, if you tap that out,
new
you
one.
want to get a new one to replace it. It's just a metal spring, basically, that holds that door handle on there. And he is correct. As far as the way this should work is, the way this L-catch works is when you pull up on that door, because everyone does that when they're closing the door, they go all the way, it should come right back down. And you can also, sometimes when that's sticking up like that, you can readjust the door.
Yeah, so after you've done all the adjustment
Yeah.
and it still won't work right, that's
Then
why
you
I start
wanna
checking that. Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about water in. Now, if you notice, as we talked about the washers, we're talking about the same things. These are the things that you guys can work on, that can save you some money in your storage. It's always, water, door, and drain. These are things that can be repaired easily. 2018, on the washers, basically everything but the drain and the motor went to DC voltage. So now these water valves are DC. If you look in that bag, there is a plunger for the water. There you go. Basically, the way all the water valves work is you have a little diaphragm that seals off the valve, and then you have a plunger and spring. What these do is basically, as the coil's activated, it pulls up, which allows water to flow through. So through time, that plunger, that spring could break, or the diaphragm will start to eat away. It's rubber, and we have a lot of weird stuff in our water. And it's really crazy when you see rubber getting eaten away because of your water. So we do have some crazy stuff there. Now, we do not do kits on the two smaller washers, but on the big washer, we do, so that you can repair one part of the valve. I would say the most common thing I find is diaphragms that are bad. Okay. Has anyone worked on a water valve? All right. So, I don't want to do his new one. Can you get one of his old? He has an old valve in there. I don't want to mess up his brand new part there. But we'll pop one loose just to kind of show you. You're basically just going to take a screwdriver or two, and you're going to work the solenoid up.
I find it's more effective if you have two, so it's less
Yeah.
for it to
Well,
pop.
I'm going to put you on the spot and make you do it with
Oh.
one.
I appreciate it.
I'll let you do any one you want, though. All right. So you see, after you got it, you just pried it up so the solenoid comes up, and you pop it off, okay? Now what you'll notice is on the plunger, one of these slots is a little bit bigger. They do have, or a different brand has a
tool.
great little tool that goes on there. We don't have it. And then you can just use a wrench to take it off. I don't want to bang on that in front of all of them.
I don't either.
You can get lucky.
Let's see, you gotta,
Actually, give me the one that's already taken, even though it's a three-way in there. That three-way.
Oh, well,
See it in there?
yeah,
I don't need
This
all
one?
the parts or anything.
okay.
All right, so if you have a cabinet washer prior to 2018, what you have is this three-way valve. The difference between this valve and that valve is just the coils. These are 24-volt AC. Those are 24-volt DC. But it would look the same way after you get it out.
There you go.
You pull the plunger, and for the most part, you're just changing the diaphragm. And just so you know, this valve and that valve use the same diaphragm. Okay? And that's just like that. I'll just pass that one around. It's a little easier to see it as far as turning on the valve. Again, you can use what do you normally use when you try to open them up if you don't have the tool?
I'll either use the little screwdriver like that,
Yeah.
or if I feel I might get a small pressure challenge, just lightly, you gotta be very light. You can't crank down because it will crack. You gotta be very careful. So very careful if you use a pair of pliers or channel locks.
I don't ever recommend the channel locks just because it's plastic. It's easy to break if you squeezing it too hard.
Yeah, you gotta be very gentle, or you gotta use a screwdriver on these. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
There's one that's a bigger set on this one, where it's got all the little holes in there, and you can fit a flathead in there, and you kind of
We'll pass that one around.
see it's got the bigger hole on that side right there.
Yep.
You kind of fit a flathead in there, and you
here.
kind of use it to pull it up right there.
Yeah, you'll see on the plunger, there's one of the slots is bigger. You put your screwdriver in, and you just tap. Don't beat it. And once it breaks, it's easy enough to get off.
So I didn't like tapping. I was trying to just get it to pull. Is what I
Yeah.
did on that one. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm afraid to tap. I messed up quite a few of those. I don't have gentle hands.
Okay. All the drain valves are located in the same place. And another thing we did differently was the line for the water level is on top of the drain hose where it comes out. What that did was eliminate suds getting up in it and getting dirty and having to clean that. I don't see that as often now. Another feature on the drain valve is we do the seal. Now this seal is the one that the bra straps usually cuts and cause leaks and stuff. And it can be replaced. But for most service techs that I talk to, they don't want to come back to your store, so they replace the whole valve. How about you?
I haven't had to replace a thing. You have to replace the whole valve usually.
Yep. And most of them do that, and that has to do with they don't know if there's other mechanical issues from something being jammed in there. But we do have the feature if you ever need to do it.
I think it's better safe than sorry most of the time. Well,
I don't know what the cost is on those.
Versus, replacing that
What-
part or replacing the whole valve.
I know the valve's kind of expensive, but I don't know what the replacing the seal is.
I'm not sure what the price is, but I can look it up, the prices, and let you know that. But
Well,
It-
I'm like you,
there'll
it's
be-
not a huge difference. You'd be better off replacing the whole valve. If there's a big difference, it might be worth it. That's all.
the biggest problem that some techs have is if something was jammed in there, is if something happened to this because of the jam. You wouldn't know until you replace that and start it back up, and it could be 2 weeks later, your drain valve's messed up, where it's not opening or whatever.
That's when you can
And
start getting
usually a sign on this side of the drain is that valve gets stuck closed. So at the end, it doesn't drain the water. And when you go in there, you kind of tap the valve and it opens up and allows it to go. That usually tells you your issue is here. And at that point there, you got to replace the valve. You're not going to fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's on this side, it's not worth repairing. I think on the internet you can find these, but I don't think it's worth repairing. Dang, that's everything on here. All right, cabinet washers. Issues you had, problems you ran into.
Error code again.
Error codes.
EFL.
That's a fill. So anytime you have a fill error, you have to find out, you have to look at the washer. You want to know, is the water going in? And if it's rising. All right, if it's rising and I get a fill error, is it rising like it doesn't take, it should be under a minute to fill it up, right? If it fills up to level, or does it ever stop filling? Does it? It stops though, right? So if it stops and you're getting a fill error, that's kind of weird. I would be, again, anytime I have water coming in and it looks right and I get an error, I'm going with the water level switch. I'm going with this and that hose that it's connected to. I start there. Anytime that I got what I need here, but I'm getting an error on fill, now I got to look at this because this is what's supposed to recognize the water. Okay? So, and that's located in the front corner here.
Yeah, so you know what happened?
Yes?
The soap dispenser, the softener, and the bleach. There's always water in there. After you squeeze that water out, then it goes okay.
On the soap dispenser?
It's probably clogged up in the things.
Yeah, the fabric softener gets filled with water.
Yeah.
And the bleach compartment gets filled with water.
Okay.
And then after you take it out.
So when you look, what you're saying, all right, so the washer is not running and you have water in here. Okay. All right, again, you have to remove that top, but these are the siphons. What you're going to check is to make sure this is clean, okay? You want to pop them out and make sure it's clean and around the tube that's inside here. Because what happens is you've got two things that can happen there. If it's built up in here, it won't pull it to siphon it, to start it up. The other thing is, if you watch, if I pull this off and I watch, I want to see that water shooting across here. All right, you can physically see that water shooting across to it, and if you see that water, that it's just dribbling a little bit, then you have a problem in the water valves. What's that? Yeah, it won't siphon then. You can order these. Yeah. That's going to be a problem with one. Yeah, it won't siphon without this.
I don't know.
It won't siphon without this on there. It can't siphon. That's the whole point, is the tube within the tube that causes the siphoning. All right, let's a lot of people get confused with the soap dish too.
Oh my gosh.
All right, you open this up and you see 4 compartments here. All right, and of course the lid has all the instructions, clear as mud, right? All right, so when you're looking at this, as I'm in front of the machine, the 2 in the front are the 2 at the top here. And you'll notice one's bigger than the other one. And you can look and you can see. So the pictures pretty much line up with it if you look at it. But this is basically my wash, meaning what it's mainly used for is people that put powder soap, but you can use liquid. And then on the back right-hand side is where you really would put liquid soap or bleach. But what is everybody familiar with your extra wash, right? I guess on Speed Queen it's Deluxe, right?
I think so.
Is that right? Got one right in front of me. Yes. Or no, Ultra.
Ultra.
All right, so Ultra gives you an extra wash, extra rinse. All right. So if I'm running that extra wash, when the machine starts, this first cup here is going to flush. So that's where I would put my soap. And if I'm using liquid, I would not put it in this second cup. I have to use the siphon cup. Because if I put liquid in this one and that one, they're basically just going to drain through the hose. And all your soap is going to be on your pre-wash. And this is when we're trying to explain it to customers. Next, both of these will flush and my liquid will flush. Now, if I'm not doing an extra wash, all three of these will flush on my wash. No matter what I put in, where, they're all going to flush. The softener comes during the last rinse. Okay? So, again, those have, on the two siphons, they have max fills. If somebody fills it all the way up, the same problem I told you about earlier, when it's running the wash, water will splash in there. And if you fill it all the way up, it's going to start to siphon. Okay, so they won't get the fabric softener in the final rinse. Everything goes into the wash. All right, any questions on the cabinet washer? Problems?
Code sheet. Is there some place where you can get a code sheet or?
Yeah, they can usually, it's always in the programming manuals. What I normally do is like kind of look at the PDF and print them off into another PDF where it's just the error codes. But Star should be able to get you a listing for your washers and your tumblers.
It all came up.
Oh, there you go. I never tried that one. Yeah. What's really nice about it is a lot of the codes go right through. For the washers, doesn't matter if it's this one, it goes up to here. We do the same thing, sorry. She said to go online and search.
I just searched error codes for Speed Queen.
Error codes for Speed Queen online, and she found all the different ones. Okay. I just had to repeat it so they heard. Two different customers. All right. Error codes. Anything else? Any other issues you ran into?
We had to change out the seals
On
on the doors.
the doors? How old were your machines?
About 15 years.
All right. On the washers, that's not a bad job.
It isn't.
On the tumblers, that's a job.
We don't do that around here.
I can tell you this, when we get to the tumblers, if I ever run into a gasket deal with a tumbler, I order the door with the gasket and glass already in it, just because it's a bear to get that one.
Okay.
But these are not so bad, but you know, on the newer ones, they added this plastic piece around, and basically it's just to hide the crud that builds up. No, I mean, there's nothing you can do about what builds up in there. So that plastic piece just kind of hides it. And that makes it's not harder, but it's a little bit more difficult to pop the gasket and that piece because they got to go at the same time. Have you replaced one of
I
those?
haven't had to do a new one yet.
Yes, you'll tell me about it afterwards.
It takes you through some bad words.
It's still not that bad, but they're real easy right now. And speaking of that, there's a lot of times what you'll get is if you get some dripping, at the bottom when they're running, and usually the wash is where it happens the most versus the spin and when it's draining, but it's during the wash, you'll get water leaking from the gasket. You can take this gasket and turn it. What that will do is, if you think about it, with this door locked, right now, all the pressure's down here, okay? If I turn the gasket, up here there's not as much pressure because there's no water that's supposed to be coming through there. If I turn the gasket, I can get that good seal out of it and save me a seal for a little while.
So what about if, like my refrigerator, you know how they put the seal around and close your refrigerator, so you just go in there and wash it with a little soap?
Yeah, anytime you clean anything, anything rubber on these machines, just use I usually say like soft soap and warm water. You don't want to use chemicals because, and the main reason is you just don't know some of these chemicals or sprays that you use. The reaction to rubber sometimes breaks them down. Then the next thing you know, you got a bunch of seals leaking. And that's what we usually find out when somebody on a pretty new store complains about gaskets starting to leak. We ask them what they're using to clean. You know, I've got a couple stores that I don't know what they won't confirm what they're using, but every one of these lids are twisting, and that's a hard plastic. Yeah, I've not seen it anywhere else. So, but that's the chemicals some people use, and they got to realize plastic doesn't take every chemical, you know?
So you was talking about a lot of problems with the internal function with some of those machines is crude water coming in and then the crude coming back out of detergent and all that may cause certain problems with filters being clogged up and stuff like that. So with the water coming in and the chemicals that the water systems use, would that I was watching a guy build his laundromat on YouTube and he's using that Spectratron or Descalatron thing. The water's coming in, it's cleaning out that.
So he's doing a softener basically on the water to clean it up. Yeah. Yeah, it's expensive, I think, to add those to it. That's why a lot of people, it will over a period of time.
We get pure water versus all the other stuff in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to cost more, but it'll help. But you got to weigh, is it really going to?
You got to weigh the cost. All right, yeah. So these, if you look and you ask why we use plastic valves and stuff like that, because these are the places where where you have more problems. So I've had store owners weigh it, and most of them that have hard water that's causing them issues they just keep diaphragms on hand and they repair them because it's cheaper for them.
You take a few minutes, learn how to do something, knock it out instead of calling one of us, and also you save all kinds of money like that.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of basic things you can repair, or owners can teach, even if they have somebody they can kind of teach. There's a lot of things you can repair without calling a distributor because they're not that hard to repair. And the thing is, if you look at the top of this machine, 20 pound through 80, it looks the same. It's wired the same. The only difference between them might be the motor, the inverter drive, but that control, the input-output board, they're all the same. I think pretty much the drains are all the same. When they went, because we went 3-inch across, and I'll mention that on cabinet washers. See where I'm at. On cabinet washers, they're all 3-inch drain now. If you happen to be putting some 20s in a location that was already there, it is okay to baffle that down to 2-inch, because that's what originally the 20-pounder had. But not on any other machine. If you do that, you will end up with some drain errors. The drain keeps track of the time it takes to drain, and if it goes off of that time by a certain percentage, it tells you have a drain problem. So. Anything else on cabinet washers? You guys are quick. All right, we'll go to tumblers, I guess. All right, as I tell everybody, I can't talk about tumblers without talking about installation because it is the most important thing for tumblers. You have to have the ducting correct and you have to have makeup air. It's just like the washer has water come in and it comes out. Well, the dryer has air pulled in and then it exhausted out. Anytime I add restrictions to that, what I'm doing is slowing down the air. When I slow down the air, the lint will not be pulled out because it needs a certain amount of velocity to pull lint. So if you want your dryers to look as good as they did, especially with, I've been in stores with stainless steel that had 15-year-old dryers and I wouldn't have known it when I walked in, just because that's how well they took care of them. And that's the point of stainless steel, is it lasts a lot longer than that painted version and all that if you keep it up. And our number one thing with dryers is lint. Where's my key?
Key.
Oh,
You got a key right there?
there's one in it. All right, so this is the lint screen. Whether, if you have any, or most of you have stacks? Stacks? Anybody have just a single pocket? Okay. The lint screens are huge. It doesn't mean you want them to fill all the way up before you clean them. Okay. We used to put on there clean daily, but you know, really it depends on your operation. Okay. Minimal is clean daily. But if you have a really busy store, you might have to clean those twice a day. The biggest thing as your store gets older, when you pull these, you'll start to see some waxy residue on them. That's our favorite fabric softener sheets. The other thing the fabric softener sheets do is sometimes you see burn marks on the back. That's the waxy residue from the fabric softener sheets. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. I have had some people that clean that with oven cleaner, and I've heard some other chemicals, but I don't recall the name of them. The only thing is to make sure you wipe it up real good at the end if you clean it up, just so those chemicals aren't in there. On that waxy residue, you can use a soft bristle brush. I heard somebody I think in Knoxville, brings them to the power wash.
I've heard about that. They just hang them up.
Power washes them. All right. So the biggest thing to check on these also is that you don't get any slits in them, any holes, because that's just more lint that's going to go through. Basically, when you buy this lint screen, it will be this whole frame. You just take it out of here and replace this whole frame, because this is sewn to give you that tight seal. If you've ever seen some of the competitors, if these are Velcroed, lint will make its way around there. Velcro doesn't work. Okay?
Are you going to talk more about single pockets?
Yeah, single pockets actually have a larger screen. It's, again...
I was going to say, make sure you take it out and clean both sides of it.
Yeah. Is that the issue you have?
I see a lot of that, like the single pockets, like they'll go through and they'll clean the front side, clean the front side, clean the front side, and they never pop out in the screen and clean the back side. You pop it off and there's that much stuff built up on the back of it.
And that's what's getting around it, kind of. And that's the difference of having something sewn or just popped in. And another change we made on the 50-pounders and 75-pounders is we moved all the thermostats to the back of the machine, because that was our biggest problem. More so in OPL, is they'd take a broom and knock wires off and everything as they were cleaning the lint. So at least they were cleaning the lint, but we eliminated that by moving them to the back. So let's go through operation first. Okay. So after I put my clothes in and I close the door, basically I have a switch up here. It's just a cherry switch. and you can hear it click. 2018, we went to a magnet on here. If you have a machine prior to that, you had that little lever switch that was way in the back. And I've not ran into somebody that replaced it ever. You had one?
I think we replaced it. It ended up not needing that. That wasn't the issue.
That wasn't the problem? Yeah. You know, it wasn't in a very good location.
Mm-mm.
And everybody was like, why would you put it there? But it really never failed, so it wasn't an issue. But now we use a magnet switch. It's up front. These two are, actually, I got to kind of step back. 2018, we went to, again, to DC controls. So now we have, if you have machines prior to that, you just had all your different components. Now we have an output board, just like we do on the washer. So everything goes through the output board, which is a lot different than what dryers were before. Basically, everything came out of the control, went through the safeties, came back, went through the door switch, came back. So everything was on the control. Now we have an output board. So with that, we went to DC voltage, our favorite. So that door switch and the lint door switch go back to the output board. That's what's, it's looking for the power coming through there. So if you get either one of those errors, it's just going to be through that switch. If you have a machine prior to 2018, then those switches are in a loop. And they could be either one of them go out. So I think it usually says door.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be lint door or door. This one, if you get it, it'll say lint door or door.
Yeah, it'll tell you which
It'll
one.
tell you
Yeah.
which one, and that's the whole point of the input-output board, is we're able to break down things. Okay, so before you can start anything, it has to see this closed and the lint door switch closed. You got the thermostats?
Thermostats.
When you get there should be 3 of them or 2 of them in there. All right, so once you start the machine, the first thing it looks for is what we call the air switch on the back. Is everybody familiar with that term? Air switch? I don't have any. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
In the box.
The box.
Should be in there too. All right, so there's an air switch on the back. Basically, it's just like a little lever. And when the fan comes on, it sucks it in. The computer monitors that. Number one, it looks for it to be open, so people can no longer tape it closed when they don't have good airflow. And number 2, it looks for it to close when it starts the machine. Okay? Again, that's a pretty simple sail switch error or sail
Airflow
switch is
switch.
what it comes up as,
Yeah.
you know, or AF1.
EAF. Yeah.
Yeah,
AF1,
AF1,
AF2. Yeah.
All right, so those are simple errors. That's just going back there. I have seen in some locations, if the lint is bad, like a ball of lint in there, so it wouldn't allow it to close. Again, if you find that, you want to look at your airflow, your air coming in or your air going out. These will cause you a lot of other issues. Okay, so once the sail switch closes, then what it does is send DC voltage, 24 volt DC, through the different safeties. These are just what we call bimet thermostats. Okay, they're not actually meant to cycle on and off, on and off, on and off. They're safeties. So usually when we run into a tech and he tells me he replaced one of these, I say, well, what's the problem? Because they're having other heat issues if these are going out. All right. We added in 2018, basically you'll see a little button on this small one. That's what we call a manual reset. And the reason that is there is it should never trip. If you have to go back there and push this button, there's a problem that we need to look into further. Okay? So it's going to go through these. What you'll have is the stove where the burner box is. You'll have 2 of these. You'll have a thermistor, And then 2 of these on the safety side, that's the heat coming out of the dryer. So it has to go through all of those before it comes to the spark box. Now, again, if you have a unit that is prior to 2018, basically the control sent the voltage through all those safeties, starting with the sail switch, going through all the safeties, and then it would come to the box, okay? So it's not wired totally differently, it's just using an output board so it can break each one of them down. Now your old spark unit would get 24 volts AC, and then it would spark and open the gas valve to light the flame. This one has a 12 volt and 24 volts going to it, and then it will do the same thing. The 24 volts is what opens the gas valve. All right? The 12 volt provides the spark. So that brings us to the most common issues you have on dryers, right? Is heat, right? Is people complain it didn't heat. You need to get them to distinguish it didn't heat or it didn't get hot enough. Because those are 2 different problems. One, the clothes should be cold and soaking wet. That means you got no heat whatsoever. All right. The other one can be a couple different things. Usually it goes back to user because they think it should get a certain temperature. They feel the glass and they know what temperature it is. Or they put too many clothes in and they expect it to dry, you know. So not dry enough is different. Not drying. There are some simple things you can do before calling a service tech. Number one is when you start the unit, I always start at the spark, which is in the back of the machine, and I listen because you can hear this spark. It's like a little zap, right? I want to know where the problem starts. If it's not zapping, then at least when I call my service tech, I can tell him where, you know, it's doing this. The more information, he can make sure he has the right part on there. And drying issues are always the hardest ones to troubleshoot because we usually just get no heat. It didn't dry my clothes, and we got to work from there. So if we start the machine, spark comes on, gas comes on, then at least you're telling them I'm getting complaints even though everything's working fine. The biggest thing that can happen with drying is, again, we go back to our ducting. You know, we tell you at least once a year to check it, all your ducting, to make sure lint isn't built up. I've had pictures of stores that were like 15 years old, and literally they had a 12-inch duct that was more like an 8-inch because the lint built up in there. So that is something we say yearly, and then after your store is open for a little while, you'll get a feel. Maybe you can push it out to 18 months, or maybe you're even doing it less. But if you're getting a lot of lint in your duct, then you got to look. You don't have enough makeup air, or the duct sizing is wrong, you know, and that's important. The other thing you want to make sure is wherever you exhaust, you don't have your makeup air right there, or it's just going to pull all that lint back in. And those are usually, you open up that door in the back of the dryers and you just see lint everywhere. You got to look at where your exhaust is versus your makeup air, because it's just pulling it back in and it will just cover the back side of that. Okay, so in heating, if you've had a store for a while, we also, like I said, we tell you to check your ducting to make sure the air is moving right, because that can give you the difference of, it used to take me 20 minutes to dry, now it's 25 minutes to dry. So I know we have some customers that will say something's wrong with your dryer because it's taking me 5 more minutes. And that's things we can look at to make sure that is eliminated. I think that's everything on the dryer. Dang. All right, dryer problems. You got to have some problems. No, nothing runs perfectly.
They dry too good.
Mine is very old, my dryer. So sometimes it does get hot, sometimes it doesn't. So I get put out of order. What should I do?
Yeah, once it gets to a certain age, you have to deal with maintenance costs versus just getting a new one and being done with it. And
I
that,
need to get everything new. I got 20 of the stop loaders.
yeah,
So it's very old.
we need to get you updated. Get on that, man. They need some updated stuff. Because the biggest thing is anytime you have, there's nothing wrong with old equipment, especially if it's working fine, but once it gets to the point where you're having to do a lot of maintenance, it's not worth it. It's just, because downtimes cost you money. And it also sometimes costs you customers because they'll walk in and, they see broken machines, they just walk right back out. So it's always best to refresh. Not to mention, if you have really old equipment, the efficiency, as far as how much gas they're using, that's the main thing about dryers is efficiency. It's how much gas to dry 1 pound of water. And if you go back to your machines, they're not close to the efficiency of the newer ones. And that has to do with airflow, gas, and everything. So you would even probably see a savings in your gas bill by getting new. There's a lot of things you can do by buying new equipment that will help you.
Plus it looks shiny and neat.
Yeah, shiny and neat. All right. Oh, forgot one of the main things. Yeah. Like I said, things pop into my head as I'm sitting here. All right, if you walk into your store and this dryer's running and you're hearing a rumbling noise, do you know what that's telling you? It's telling you need to change your rollers. All right? So when you look at this tub, there's a roller on both sides. And if you replace one, replace them both. It's just better because the other one will go out soon enough. And you might cause damage to your new one because of the other one. So always replace them both. Okay? You just had to, when you pull this out, you'll feel there's a little nut there, and you can actually get your ratchet in there.
9/16.
9/16? All right. And you can get your ratchet in there, and you can take it out, and then you kind of push up on the tub and slide it off. So the way that tub is basically you got a bearing on the back wall. We're not talking about a large bearing. It's a very small bearing, and a small shaft from the tub go through it. And then these two rollers are really what hold the basket in place. The bearing is basically just holding it in the center, and so it doesn't move forward. So when this starts rumbling, what it's doing is moving more, bouncing a little bit. You could end up, if you let it go, you're going to end up taking out your bearing too.
Mm-hmm.
That job's a lot more intense because I got to pull everything out.
And possibly your basket.
Yeah.
Because it'll wear out that basket around.
Yeah, you got to watch. Yeah, that's really extreme. If it gets to the point where your basket got beat up, you're going to get a big bill.
Well, I see it like where they run them so long without it, and there's that little band around the front of that basket, and the rollers wear it out because they don't have the good rollers on there, and you got to place a $400, $500, $600 basket for it.
There was a roller. Should be the last thing. And then that touch control.
There's a roller.
Get the cover too.
Yeah.
All right, this is what we're talking about. This is the roller. And what will happen, it's a wear item. It is a wear item. And what makes this wear more on some machines and not others is what they're putting in it. The more bounce you get in your load, like throwing shoes in your loads, makes your basket bounce a little bit. It just depends what they're putting in it, and that's what could cause them. I've even seen sometimes the shaft get rolled up with lint and different things. That's another reason why we tell you to pull your panels once a year to check this area.
That's the craziest when it gets locked up and it just grinds one side all the way down.
It'll just grab and one of them will have a flat top on them. This is another thing you can find on the internet real cheap. But again, you buy cheap, guess what you're going to be doing in probably a month and a half later is replacing them again. One year we had a guy come in, he's like, dude, these didn't even last a month. And we get to checking on it. Well, he bought them from somebody else, and they were some Chinese brand. And you know, I don't promote a lot of parts, although I should, I guess, since I'm at Star and they sell all the parts. But there's certain things you just don't want cheap. And that roller, we've done a lot of changes throughout the years to get it to a point where it's consistent. And the consistency is you can't get it too hard, or it'll hold up and then you'll lose your bearing in the back, and you can't get it too soft because it'll just rip it right off. So there's been a lot of work on that. Don't buy them cheap. They're just not worth it. Okay. We got to have some other questions on tumblers. You got it. It went silent, huh? All right. We're going to just open it up. Any questions on any issues you might have, or how something might work? Still silence. Huh? And we're not even close, are we?
I mean, we all know about blower fans and them rumbling and everything.
Huh?
Rumbling blower fans.
Yeah. All right. So that's it. All right. Another issue you could run into is you'll hear that fan rumbling. That's usually, again, when that starts happening, that's when I'm questioning your exhaust and your makeup air, because what that is lint has built up on it, and basically when a fan spins it's a balanced routine. The fan is balanced, and if I add lint compact to it, it's out of balance, so it rumbles. And sooner or later,
It's going to break,
it'll
it's going to
bust
shatter.
open, shatter and go everywhere.
And on the older ones, you'd have a chance that when it shatters, it'll break off your thermistor and stuff like that, where the thermistor is right next to the blower fan.
Yeah.
It'll shatter and break it off till you get an EOP. And
Yep. You can lose a lot of things when the fan breaks. Again, can't see it from here.
yeah,
But on the back of the stacks, where you'll see where your fan motor is up in towards the center area there, and you'll see the thermistor and the 2 high limit thermostats. That's where it could bust and break. Now there is an access panel back there. If you hear some rumbling, again, start with turn off the power to the machine. You can open that access panel and blow out the fan to get a lot of that off. And but you do want to look at it. I could understand maybe a 10-year-old dryer will build up naturally because you're not going to stop all the lint. But if you've got newer equipment and it's doing that, you got to check your makeup air inducting. So what are the most important things with the tumbler? Airflow. Airflow. Keep it flowing. You'll have less problems, a lot less problems. All right, so dang,
we got the touch screen left.
they went right through it. Where's that one at? Okay.
No screws in it.
I'm not, there will be talking more about the touch control and the functions of it. I just wanted to kind of point out the way this is made is this screen comes off to protect the actual control. So this has been damaged. I have replaced them because they're cracked, but this is a lot cheaper than this. So we do protect it. When replacing this, basically this whole front panel has to come off. And that's because these have clips to keep it up and, centered on here. So that's where you have to pop that off. You have to take that whole front panel off to get to it. It's still not that hard. If you have our older machines, before we added an access panel, you had to take that whole panel off too to get to the door lock or anything. So we keep that easy. So you guys have to have something that's different. You guys are just
something that machines, that type of
different
screen, or do you have
you have this option. This is this quantum, and then the touch.
Okay.
Those are always going to be your 2 options.
Okay.
I say one of the cool things.
What's that? I'd have to double check it. It's not that expensive compared to other computers. I don't think, well, this one's less expensive because of, if you ever look at it. But you know, the controls we had before that, which had the double deckers, it would be in those range, what those used to cost. It's not like huge expensive. Of course, it would be more expensive than this, what we call ACA control. Unfortunately, I don't get to look at prices too often. So it's usually where Mickey helps me.
Sorry, I'm not Mickey.
Nah, man, you got to get your prices down. Work on that.
It costs a whole bunch.
Yeah, and he's, like I said, he's going to go through the features of that. And it's a really interesting control. I'll just kind of throw in what I like about it is it's kind of like it's got this extra menu where you can upgrade stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And for some people, it's big. I mean, I always compare it to some of the convenience stores in the Northeast, like Wawa and stuff, where you go in and you do your order for your sandwich or whatever, and you want to add extra this or extra that, and you kind of add on for 25 cents here, 25 cents there. That's what that kind of has, is a lot of different add-on features that can generate you a lot more money. And it's durable, and the customers really, they get a feel for it easily. When we first put them out back in 2018, it was in 2 of our company stores in Atlanta, and they're not that nice to the machines. And they weren't the greatest neighborhoods, but that's why we put the stores there. It's a good test place, especially for newer things. And they went right to them and started using them. We didn't have the whole store with them. We just had a section, and that section stayed busy throughout the day. Because anybody who has a cell phone can operate one of those. You're used to swiping, touching, and all that. Of course, if your top loader customers won't like it. Because if you're still using that top loader, it's just not right. Yeah, so that's the main thing, is it generates. And it does have a language thing in there, which is really neat. Like if you have your laundry's in an area where they speak Spanish a lot or whatever it might be. There's like 35 languages. They can hit that language, and basically this screen will convert to that language. They can go through and select all their stuff in their language, run the machine, it'll be in their language, and then at the end it just converts back to whatever your default is. I've had some places where they were heavy Hispanic, so they did the default, because he's going to go into a lot more detail. He's not here, or he'd be bitching at me right now.
Hey Joe, so I heard you say you have to take the whole front panel off to replace that touch screen. On the tumble dryers, is it similar?
No, because you have,
Pops aren't there.
the key's not there.
I got you one right here. It's just that right there.
Okay, so this is all I have to do, is take this out and pop it loose. So that one is because of the way that's integrated into the panel, that because it's integrated into the panel, it's why you have to take that panel off.
And that one has a screen protector on it.
Yeah. There's a small one on there.
Little one flush.
I haven't had too many of those where somebody, I don't know why the washers, they like to hit it. Yeah, not sure about that stuff, but yeah. Any other washer, dryer, hot water heater? We'll talk about anything.
So you guys do it tomorrow.
We'll talk about anything.
All right, Michael,
Yes, sir.
they have no questions for me.
Okay, so we're gonna take a little break, and we have our next presentation coming up in about 15 minutes. And So we're just going to take a little break. The next presentation is about 10 or 15 minutes, so everybody can grab. We still have some coffee in here and some donuts and what have you. We're going to have a nice lunch here right after the next presentation. The next presentation is Speed Queen's presentation about the equipment, and I think you'll be very interested to see all the new changes and how everything's going with the manufacturing and what have you. So Tony will be up here in just a few minutes. I also have I hope he's still here. We have a special guest that came in from the factory. His name's Ross Van Horn. He's one of the upper management people from Speed Queen. So it's nice to have those guys come and join us as well. So just take a little break. We've got soft drinks and everything and water over here too. So just grab whatever you need and come back in here in about 10 minutes and we'll get going. Thank you again. John, we're gonna get started. So we're gonna start now. It's 11 o'clock, so we gotta get started with the Speed Queen presentation on the equipment, what have you. So this is Tony. He's from Speed Queen. I'll let him introduce himself in just a sec, but he's our new rep, but he's been around Alliance for a long time. I'll let him tell you how long in just a second. But Tony, thanks for coming. He's gonna tell you about the Speed Queen equipment. If you have any questions, just let us know. And right after that, we're gonna set up for lunch, and we can also discuss what he has to say during lunch. You can also come up and see the machines during lunch as well. And we have a great lunch. Bud's Catfish is out here, and anybody who's been this thing before, people love this lunch. So I think you'll enjoy that. Anyway, Tony, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So Anthony, service side. I've done stuff on the service side of things, worked on our technical support line, so I was one of the guys that you talked to when you called in for quite some time. And I'd been in sales for about the last 8 years now. So currently I oversee the central region with a group of regional sales managers underneath us. So I just took on Star Distributing here a couple months ago, just with some realignment that we did. And you know, just something to note real quick too is I'm actually a multi-store owner myself as well, up in the southern Wisconsin area. So I understand the business, I know what's going on with it, and you know, I've actually got a lot of this touch equipment installed in my laundromats. So you know, I'd like to kind of talk to you guys just about touch today. And so what we're gonna do here is I'm going to just give you guys an overview of equipment lineup real quick. Then we're going to do a Quantum Touch overview. Then we're going to do a Speed Queen Insights, the app overview, what you guys would have on your phones. We're going to look just really briefly at the website, the Speed Queen Insights website, and then kind of open it up for open forum questions, so on and so forth. So when we're looking here, first of all, we're gonna have on the left-hand side here, that's gonna be our vended soft mount line. And we do anywhere from a 20-pounder up to a 70-pounder on those particular machines. And those are manufactured in our facility over in the Czech Republic. And then we bring them over here. Then we've got next here is going to be the hard mount washers. So we've got hard mount washers, again, anywhere from 20-pounders. Those we go a little bit larger up to the 100-pound units. So, you know, varying size in between there. We go down, you know, to 100 G-force on those, up to 200 G-force. And as well, we have a couple different controls, you know, as you guys can kind of see here, and I think you guys are aware of that. The middle unit is something that's a little bit unique when you're looking at it. That's what we call a stacked washer extractor dryer. Got a washer extractor on the bottom actually, and then you're gonna have the tumbler pocket up on the top. So those are gonna be in the 30 and 50-pound capacities. Those are really gonna be used, I would say, if you have a location where it's like a bowling alley type store, right? Typically, you're going to want to put the dryers on one side or, you know, rear of the store, something like that. And then you'll have bulkheads kind of running out. When you get into stores that are just that narrow, there's not really much that you can do except for use something like that. If you really got your, you know, mindset on that location, you just put everything along one wall essentially. So that's where that product would become really ideal. And then we got our stacked tumblers that are shown there. That's going to be in two different capacities. You got a stacked 30-pound dryer, and then your stacked 45-pounder. And, you know, that's a stacked 30 that's sitting here right now. And then over on the right-hand side is just we're going to have our single pocket tumblers. I think most commonly for you guys, I would say a 75-pound single pocket tumbler. It's traditionally what we see inside of the laundromats. And then not showing up there, but what we have here obviously is going to be that small chassis front load washer and the top load washer. We got dryers and stuff to match as well, but we have a whole lineup of that small chassis equipment. All right, so moving on to the washer touch control. I guess first of all, I just want to ask, in here, who has touch? Are there a lot of you guys that have touch? Okay, okay. And other than that, do you guys have a lot of like this quantum type equipment? Okay, okay. So not too many people have the touch yet. All right. So I'm just gonna give an overview, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk into like an actual demo of it. But just a couple highlights of this here. The washer touch control, you're gonna have 3 cycles that automatically are default on there out of the factory. You're gonna have normal, delicate, and synthetic cycle. And then you're gonna have 3 basic temperature options, which are gonna be the hot, warm, and cold. And then you're going to have a lot of flexible pricing and additional revenue options. So you're going to have 2 bundle modifiers, which I'll talk about a little bit when I actually go into the control demo. And then you're going to have 9 a la carte modifiers. And when I say a la carte modifier, it's kind of what's shown up on the right-hand side there, where it says warm rinse, extra time, increased water level. Again, we'll look at those a little bit more. You have the ability to do time of day pricing, and you have the ability to do the lucky cycle. So really what the lucky cycle is, if you're not familiar with it, is you can set it to, let's say, every 10 washes, something like that. It'll just come up and it'll be a free cycle for the customer. So, you know, that's kind of a unique thing if you want to advertise that, keep people coming back because they think they're going to get that free cycle type of a thing. Before I go into the control demo and stuff too, I want to kind of stress the importance of these additional options and cycle modifiers that are shown here, because I think a lot of times people will take these machines out of the box, they'll just kind of set them, and you're just going to take your vend price and you'll adjust it wherever you want to adjust it to. But there's a lot of cycle modifiers in there, and I've seen a lot of people actually using them, paying for them, right? So like the extra time, I think that's a really, really good thing to charge for if you want to. It doesn't cost you anything additional to charge extra time. It really doesn't. Maybe a little bit more energy that the motor is going to use, but it's so significant, or so insignificant, you won't see anything. Like increased water level. You know, obviously, if you want to charge for something like that, the water's not free to you. And, you know, have the customer pay some of that increased water level if they want the higher water level there. Okay, I'm just going to look at the dryer touch control then. Just give you a quick overview of it. So we got 5 basic cycles. You're going to have your high temperature, your medium temperature, low, delicate, and then there's a no heat on there as well. And you'll see those, you know, shown right up at the top of the screen when you enter into it. And then you got flexible pricing and additional revenue there as well. So 2 cycle modifiers on this one, we're gonna say. So you got time of day, or well, the 2 modifiers, I apologize, are gonna be the reversing tumble and the anti-wrinkle. So you can charge additional for both of those. Reversing is standard now on all the dryers, so you can charge for it if you want to as well. And again, I think that's one that doesn't really cost you anything additional to do it. It's just going to be incremental money in your pockets. Again, on this one, you get the time of day pricing if you wish, and then the lucky cycle again is available on those. I don't know if Joe touched on this at all or not when he did his service portion of it, but I'll just kind of touch on it here a little bit because I think it's pretty important. You know, the diagnostics that you've got on the machine, you're going to get audit data. You get alarm histories with the time, dates, and stamps, so you understand exactly when an error happened, what day it happened. There's ways that you can run diagnostic cycles on the machines. You can do individual component testing. And, you know, I think that one is particularly important when you're chasing issues around. You know, you might think that you've got an issue with a particular component on the machine, but let's just say you want to test out the hot water valve or something like that, you can test them. Just turning them on individually one by one. And that can really help out your troubleshooting in the long run on something like that. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do just the control demonstration. Obviously, we can touch and we can feel the control up here as well, but I just wanted to put it up on a bigger screen for you guys so you understand kind of, you know, how it is going to work. Okay, so this is what your control is essentially going to look like, right? And what you're going to do is, you know, customer interaction. They're going to go up. They're going to select one of the cycles on the machine, obviously. But before we kind of walk through that, I want to just show you guys a couple key different things here. Up in the upper right-hand corner of the control, you're going to see the flag icon. The flag icon is going to pop up and it's going to show you the different languages that are available for you. You can put as many languages in there as you want to and take out as many languages as you want to. You know, it's really up to you guys what you want to do. I would recommend maybe taking a couple of them out and just tailoring the languages that you kind of have in the area and kind of move forward with it that way. But so a customer can do that though, right? They're able to select the language that they want. There's also another thing up on the control. It's a question mark, right? And this question mark here is, yeah, you can put a number on there, like contact staff by calling whoever if it's unattended, let's say. There's operating instructions, which are going to be pretty simple, generic. I don't think it's really going to, I guess, tell them every step by step how to load the machine and stuff, but it's just a little bit of some operating instructions for you. There is what we call a dispenser key in there. I know one of the questions that we get a lot of times, I personally get it too, how do you use the soap box? Where do you put the soap inside of there? So there is dispenser key on the control, just in the event the customer would ask, or even if you guys are standing there and customers asking, you can pull that up in front of them by just hitting the question mark and going to the dispenser key for them. So when so customer interaction, they're going to go up to the machine and they're going to select one of these. You know, I'm ready to wash, rinse the machine, or speed cycle. And by the way, you can add, remove this stuff from the screen as well if you want to. You don't need it to say rinse the machine on there. You don't need it to say speed cycle on there. You don't even need it to say I'm ready to wash. If you just want your screen to be default, the pricing and everything on there, you can do something like that. So let's say it is set up this way though. Customer is gonna, let's just say, hey, I'm ready to wash. They're going to go in here and they're gonna have their cycle selections up top, obviously. You can select whatever cycle you want. And then you're also able to change the water temperature here. So you can see it'll adjust up and down. And you can select your water temperature. Now you can charge for that as well if you wish. If you want to do, I don't have it set up in this demo this way, but let's say that you want to charge an additional 25 cents to do warm water. Great, you can do that. If you want to charge 50 cents extra to do hot water, great, you can do that as well, and the prices will go up for you. Once the customers actually selected their cycle and their water temperature, they're going to hit next, and they're going to select the cycle modifier that they wish. Now this is obviously showing every single cycle modifier that's available on the machine. I would never really recommend using every single cycle modifier. I think it's a little bit of an overkill and too much, but just for this purpose, we're showing you what it is. So let's just say a customer wants to add a additional pre-wash to the machine. They'll go ahead, they'll click the screen, pre-wash is selected. And as, yep, so they select the pre-wash, the time changes. Obviously, you get the price to change with it as well. And then they're just going to hit pay. Once they hit pay, it's going to come to this particular screen here. And it's going to show the cycle that you selected on the left-hand side. And then you're going to see the number of minutes that that wash cycle is going to take. And it's going to say insert coins. On this one here, it says $5. Now, one of the things that's kind of nice about this is we have a bunch of different payment methods built into this as well. So you can have it say insert bills. That's not really something we're going to use here in the States though. You can make it say insert card. So if you're going to use a spider wash system or something like that, it can say card on there. Pay at the washer kiosk, which would be the payment center that we have available. Otherwise, use mobile pay. And I think mobile pay and coin is really the most common that I've seen. So what you actually do, or what you can do, is you can get it to scroll back and forth. So if you say you select coin and you select mobile payment, what's going to happen is it's just going to go back and forth on your screen. And it's just going to say it like that. It's going to say use mobile pay. It'll stay there for a few seconds and it'll say insert coins. It'll flash back and forth. So whatever payment methods you have available, that's how it's going to show up for you. After you pay for the machine, it'll tell you to hit start. And once you hit start on the machine, you're going to see the cycle timer count down. You're also going to see what step it's in on the left-hand side. And then when the cycle is completed, you're going to get a open door, remove laundry, completed cycle timer. So, you know, that's obviously very, very good for you to see how long this stuff has been inside of the machines. You know, personally, I like to use like a 1 hour rule. You don't get your stuff out in 1 hour. We'll take it out for you and throw it in a dryer. If it's in a washer, dry it and, you know, bag it up, whatever it may be. So just gives you a good gauge on how long the stuff has actually been there. All right. Now I want to go into a demonstration real quick on the dryer controls. So dryer controls, it'll come up to the screen. You'll want to hit I'm ready to dry. And I should mention on this one as well, we do have the flag and we have the question mark as well. So the flag, you're going to get the different languages available, and the question mark has some commonly asked questions on there too. So you're going to say, I'm ready to dry. And these are the temperatures that you have available. You know, the high, medium, low, delicate, and no heat. And customer is simply just going to press the plus arrow to add more time to the dryer if they want to. If that's too many minutes, they'll just take some minutes off. But every time that you hit the plus arrow, you're going to see that the price is going to jump up as well. Now, they don't need to actually hit the plus arrow to bring it up to the 21 minutes or however many minutes they want. If they just keep dropping quarters into it or something, it'll just automatically bump up that increment and show on the screen every single time that you drop, another payment in there. Here's the reversing tumble and the anti-wrinkle. Those are the cycle modifiers. So when you get to the next screen, again, you're able to select that if you want to and charge additional for, let's say, reversing or anti-wrinkle. You hit pay. And again, you're going to have your different payment methods here on the right-hand side. And you can scroll for them to show, whatever payment method you may need. Make your payment, hit start, and it's going to have the countdown timer on there again, tell you every single step that it's at inside of the drying time. And then again, we're going to have, it's just coming to the end of the cycle, it says cycle complete, and you'll get that completed timer on there as well. So that cycle timer is going to stay there all the way until you open the door. Once you open the door, cycle timer goes away. Next, I want to touch on this real quick. The Speed Queen Insight Store Owner app. Does anybody use that app in here? A lot of you use that app. or do you not? Yeah? Okay. Because I'd like to just touch on it real quick, and if you don't use it, I would almost encourage you guys to try to get signed up on it, assuming your machines are capable, and get them networked. So it's a Speed Queen app that you're going to have. You can download it on your phone, so long as your machines are networked and whatnot. You're going to log in, and what you're going to see here is just a couple quick little easy things, right? Your overall revenue, it's going to show you up in the upper left-hand side, and it's going to break it down by, let's say, daily, weekly, monthly. But if you want to actually look into it a little bit more, you can see you switch to week and it's going to show your revenue. And then you can go by month and you can see your revenue. You'll see your app adoption rate there as well. So how many people are using the app versus coin. You can click into it and you can get more of a overview of it. So you see, you know, this month somebody used $29,000 in app and $15,000 in coins. So it gives you a pretty good breakdown there of what's going on. You can see turns per day. So you can see it monthly, weekly, and daily if you want to as well. So just really, how many times are your washers and dryers turning every single day? One of the things that I think is very valuable inside of this app, which has been a lifesaver for me, is the machines tab down at the bottom, okay? If you click on machines, first of all, let's say you have multiple locations. You can add multiple locations onto this if you want to, but let's just select this particular location. Phone's gonna pop up and it's gonna show you this on your app. So you're gonna be able to see, hey, washer number 2 is in use right now. Washer number 1's idle. Uh-oh, number 4 has an error on it. So what you're actually able to do is kind of look at it a little bit and see the error if you click on it, and it's going to tell you what's wrong with the machine. So this one's got a coin vault error. I would argue that's a good error to have, not a bad error at all. If you want to clear the error, you can clear the error, make it go away, and it's going to say command sent to machine. Let's say customer comes into the store and they put a horribly out of balance load inside of the machine. Doesn't spin out, clothes are soaking wet at the end of the cycle. They call you, I know we've all had it happen before, they call you and they say, hey, clothes didn't spin out, they're soaking wet, what can you guys do? Yeah, and they want a refund immediately. Well, I'm not going to give you a refund, but what I can do for you is I can just start another machine for you. Or I can start the same machine for you. I would say 9 times out of 10, that load's going to spin out the second time around. It's already gotten some of the water out of it. Well, let's respin it for you. So you're just going to tell them, you know, either keep it in the same washer or let's look for an available washer on the phone. And we're going to tell them just put your clothes into another machine. You are going to take and you're just going to push on you know, one of the machines that are available, and it's going to give you the ability to start it remotely. So I would just go ahead and I would tap start, and it says command sent to the machine. When it actually sends that command to the machine, what you're going to see is the vend price on the control here. It's going to say, you know, you're $6.25. It's just going to pop up and it's just going to say free. And then your customer has to physically actually hit the start button. We can't start a machine remotely. They'll have to physically push it and make sure that the door is closed and locked and they can push it. So what would happen at that point in time is it actually says advance down in the right hand corner, and you probably just want to walk them through the steps of just advance it. I think you run risk sometimes of starting it remotely because you know, well, are they just going to rewash it again and get a free wash? Yeah, it's possible, but usually they're pretty frustrated at that point anyways, that they just want to get out of there and they're just going to hit advance. So just tell them advance it till like 10 minutes left in the cycle. Again, 9 times out of 10, it's going to spin it back out for you. Customer's happy. So you really be able to do that from anywhere. It's been a lifesaver for me. It was being a little tricky on me there. So up in the upper right-hand corner, there is a little bubble. So you can actually, if you have issues in the laundromat, you can send email. It'll come directly to our software support department. So you can kind of open a ticket with them and start a chat with them if you want to. Or it gives you a phone number to call into them as well. So pretty good group of guys up there that are always willing to help out, and they can help you troubleshoot anything in the store from the technology standpoint, I would say. So that function's available. All right. Any questions on anything so far? Nope. Okay. The other thing that I want to show you guys here then is going to be, we're not going to go that far into detail on it because we could spend hours looking at this part of it, but it's just going to be the Speed Queen Insights website, and I don't know if many of you are using that or not, but Speed Queen Insights website is going to network to all your machines, obviously, and what you're going to do is you're just going to sign in, and there's a lot of charts that are available for you, a lot of reports that are available for you. Some would argue too much is available to you, but what it's going to do when we're just looking at this report here is it's going to show you your daily revenue, and you can set a organization KPI line if you want to, just to measure, you know, this is where I want to be. So you can, you know, set those to wherever you want, and you can kind of see just the revenues, right? You're able to select the period up here as well when you're looking at the dates. So if you want to run something for, I don't know, all year to see what the store has done in revenue, you can run something all year if you want to. So that's just a revenue chart that's showing there. And then you're going to have a turns per day chart there. So, I mean, you can kind of see it too. And typically what's going to happen, and you guys probably see the same thing, it's Sunday, we are way up here, then Monday, and it just drops. So you're always going to see those high peaks on like the Sundays, but gives you a good idea to see what days people are actually in the store and what you did in revenue. Then it's going to show you revenue by machine size and turns per day breakdown. But let's say we just want to drill in once real quick. You know, I want to see what my 40 pounders are doing in revenue. So I see overall the machines there, just say I've done $76,000 in revenue. If we click on them one time, it's going to break it down by machine number for you. So you're going to see every single machine number to see exactly what it's done in revenue. So it's kind of cool pulling it up on a report like this versus doing a manual audit on every single machine to see what it's made. You know, and again, there's a lot of different reports that are going to be available for you, but that's just the initial one that's going to pop up. So if I just kind of look at this here, I have to select a location quick. A lot of different reports that you're able to pull out of here. This is kind of just for demonstrative purposes so you can see, but There's some in here, you know, you'll have service reports that you can pull and you can actually get, that's where we see like the time date stamps and everything to see, hey, this is what's going on with that particular machine. You know, from a service standpoint, some of those reports are pretty good. Otherwise, just if you really want to dig in to find out what's going on with your business, it's a lot of reports available inside of there. No subscriptions. If we look at locations tab up in the upper left or the upper portion of the screen, this is where if you have multiple laundromats and you want to put them all on the system, you're going to have different locations there. There's a machines tab up towards the top. Machines tab is what you're going to use if you're wanting to do a lot of remote programming, or if you're wanting to do maybe start stops, whatever it may be. So you're going to pull up your machines and you're going to see a list of your machines here. You can see everything inside of the store, and it's going to tell you what's going on with those machines as well, right? Available, in use, unavailable, complete, whatever it may be. Tell you the status of them. And what you're able to do, let's just say, you know, you want to do something with machine number 1. What you'd actually do is click in this particular area here, machine number 1. There's a whole bunch of different things that are going to pop up on the right-hand side here then, where it's defaulted to get program. So you can see there's multiple things you can do. You can start the machine, request audit, get the price, clear partial vends. So when we say clear partial vends, if you know, somebody dropped a couple quarters into your machine and you just want to reset that price back up to where it's got to be, you're able to do it that way. You can rapid advance the machines remotely if you want to. Advance to the next step. You can clear errors off of the control, whatever you may want to do. But you know, this get program here, so the get program, what you would do, let's just say you select it. You're going to click on the like play button or the arrow over there. What it'll do is it'll actually pull the cycles in for you, and it's going to start formulating into a list for you, which we'll see if we can actually go into that part of it here. So if I would select that get program, it's just going to pull into this program area here. You can do all your pricing now. So you can set your default cycle on the machine if you want to. Touchscreen is going to be a little bit different, I guess. That's whatever you're going to press is what they're going to have. But when we're looking at something like this, you're going to want to set default cycles so the buttons are always lit up on what one you want it to be on. So you can set all of your pricing here though. And when you're done setting your pricing, you're just going to go back to the Programs tab. Give me 1 second here. It's a little bit more complicated when we're actually looking at this demo tool. But where it says get program here, after you actually take your machines and adjust the pricing on it, you can send the information back into the machines at that point. So yeah, it does not say it on this particular screen, but you would select send programs. You hit the button and it's going to send all the programs into the machine. It's just going to kind of say like uploading, you know, every single machine that it's going into. Just a couple more things here on this one. Customers, you're able to view all of your customers as well. So you get their email addresses, first name, last name, so on and so forth. You could use it for, you know, marketing, whatever you may need. And you can download the list as well there. So the employees tab, this is where you would actually set up your employees, right? If you need to put different permission levels in here, like the owner operator, you want to see everything within the programming. Manager probably wants to see a lot of information as well, but if you just have a regular employee, they don't need to see your guys' overall revenue. They just need to understand how to place a machine out of order. They just need to understand how to remote start a machine, something like that. So there's different roles that you would want to set up inside of there, and then you obviously want to manage what they can see as well.
Sort of like that QuickBooks system, employees and managers, the QuickBooks POS system.
Mm-hmm.
Control what employees can do.
Yeah. Yep.
Repeat the question. Repeat the question.
Oh, he was it wasn't necessarily a question. He just kind of said it's very similar to like QuickBooks. You can add permission levels inside of QuickBooks for what employees can see and cannot see. Yes.
Who owns the data?
So the question is, who owns the data for that? I don't know how to answer the question necessarily. Who owns the data? I mean, you guys own the data, right?
But y'all have complete total access to it.
I mean, we could access it through certain areas if we needed to through like the technical support departments, but no, I mean we are not accessing it. We are not looking at anything like that. We have no desire, no need to look at something like that.
Like your Facebook account or something, like Facebook you can't go out and start another Facebook account because they own the rights to it, but whatever you post on is yours. Not necessarily, they're not gonna dip into it for any reason. They have no reason to. Is what I'm getting. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Hey, I barely can find my way home when I leave here. So.
No, I mean, yeah, I would say that would be a very, very bad move for us to do something like that. Start looking into it. I don't know how you even access something like that. We're not looking at anything like that though.
How old of machines will work on this thing? Is this just for brand new machines or how old does your equipment have to be that you can set it up on this?
It's going to depend a little bit on model numbers that you have, but anyway, it's like 2018 range. It's going to depend a little right in there. Model numbers that you have, but anyway, it's like yeah, there's a couple date breaks in there, but I would say 2018 is a pretty good time frame to use. Anything newer than that, we can do it on. However, they may have network boards in them. They may not have network boards in them. So again, that just depends on what you've got. You may have to add network boards, but some of them, it might have everything there. You might be able to do it relatively easy.
So if you had like a 2012, you could add a network board to that or no?
No. No, the controls are too old on that we just can't get the network boards working. It was in that 2018 area that we actually made it networkable to do this. Mm-hmm. There's different levels of it that we have. So if you just want the app, there is a free version of that. There's, obviously different levels. If you want to get very, very integrated and you want to use like payment systems that we have, there's more of a fee to it. But if you just want the app that I had shown there, just a store owner app, yeah, you can do that for free. We're going to limit your data though, where you can go back on this to 3 months. So you can only see 3 months previous.
What about for starting and stopping, like for, their
like what I was saying, use it for, yeah, the starting and stopping. You can get a free version of that. It's just, yeah, data. You're not going to have unlimited data to be able to see, but that's what you want to use it for. Yep. can get it for free. What's that?
No year-end report.
No year-end report. You got to pay. You got to pay for that. But I guess it depends as well what options you guys want. If you only want it for that, right? Starting, stopping machines remotely, you can get it for free. Now, the second that we add any like payment in there, so there's another app that a customer can use as well, right? You can put QR codes on these machines. Customer can download the app, and they're gonna be able to start the machines remotely off of their phone. If you do something like that, then you start paying for the services as well. Yeah.
What about those like leak alerts?
The leak alerts?
Like when you have a leak in your machine,
Mm-hmm.
I know something, Pat can get an alert that there's a problem with the machine through the inside.
Water valve.
Water valve.
Yeah. I mean, you can. So, question is, leak alerts, water valves, things like that. Can you get alerts? And yes, you can get alerts. You can get it set up to you. You can look at it through this website here. You can see when it actually aired out, but you can see it as well on your app on your phone. If I scroll back to this one real quick here. On your phone, it should come up and it should say error. And then you should be able to kind of look at, if you click on it, so you see, hey, there's something wrong. What's wrong? And it should give you the error here on your phone so you can see what's going on with it. Yep. Does that answer the question?
Will it show on there any place like the water valves leaking a little bit, but not enough, it's causing the machine to malfunction? That you can go in there and fix before you're losing all your.
Only if you have leak detection set up.
Yeah.
If you have leak detection set up, it'll alert you that this machine has a problem.
So is that a default
Yeah.
setting, or you have to actually set that up?
I think on vended, it's not turned on.
Correct.
When it does leak detection, basically, it's gonna take a couple minutes. I guess I think let's see.
No, it's okay. He just asked if we could repeat the question real quick, and it was more or less, is there a way that you can get the error to show up on the app? Let's say you have a slow drain or a very, very slow leak in one of the water valves. The answer is yes and no. And Joel was kind of explaining here, yeah, you can get it set up to do that, but you have to have an auto leak detection test set up on the machine. And I mean, Joel can jump in too, and he can talk about it a little bit, but really what it's going to do is,
The main thing is, if you have it set up, it'll run that leak detection every so often. And what it's gonna do is, when someone starts the machine, it's gonna be in the rinses, it's gonna actually stop. There'll be like dashes coming across the screen, and it's doing a leak detection at that point. For most people, that's not an issue, but some people, when their machine stops like that, they might say there's a problem. So that's why we don't turn it on in vending.
yeah, you definitely could turn it on if you want to, though. I just really have one last thing to show you guys here. Within the website, and it would be if you click on the Q up in the upper left hand corner of the website. There's my account, marketing, terms of service, the privacy policy, and the question that you had in regards to who owns everything. I think if you read over the privacy policy there as well, it would help you understand that, and I'm willing to kind of talk to you about that as well. You can do chat support there if you want to. And then, there's resources available too, and I think this resources one is things that people don't really always know about. There are a lot of different things inside of here that are there's videos, that show you kind of how to operate this. There's actually marketing material that you can use as well. If you want to loop videos in the store, if you want to get more app adoption or something like that, more people using that, more people using your payment center, whatever it may be. There's a lot of marketing information inside of here for you, videos, so on and so forth, that you're able to kind of look at. But other than that, I kind of went away from my slideshow because it was moving into these tools and everything. But that's about what I have for you guys right now. And I know you guys kind of had some additional questions and stuff. But again, I just wanted to give you an overview of the control. So I'll open it up now if you guys got questions or anything.
What is the website?
sqinsights.com. The question was, what is the website? And it's sqinsights.com.
Two stores. One's touchscreen and the other one is the Quantum Go. I don't have the Quantum Go set up on that, but can I do that? What do I need any extra equipment to go set up the Quantum Go store?
Yeah. So question is, he has Quantum Touch in one store, Quantum Gold in another store. Quantum Touch is set up with the networking already, but the Quantum Gold is not set up with networking. Wants to know if he can do it. Yes. The answer is yes, depending on the age of the machines. We would really need to see a serial number on it, but as long as it's a 2018 range or after, we can hook it up. However, it's just going to depend on the components that are inside of the machine. So we do options where we can send them out networkable. And networkable pretty much means that it's able to be hooked up to the network. We might not have a network board installed already though, because we didn't really see the need to send out every single machine with a network board on it, especially when we started coming into the COVID world and chips were very, very difficult to get a hold of. We started taking the boards off the machines and we said, if you guys want those after the fact, if you're going to hook it up, you can purchase the boards after the fact and network them. And we just essentially lowered the price on the machine in lieu of taking that board off. So yes, you can do it. You just might be a little bit of cost associated with it.
We can do it where I can remotely start the
Correct.
machine if I need to. If somebody's having trouble, I can tell them to move it to.
Correct. Correct. You can get everything that I showed you here on the machines. Yep. Yes.
Does it only work on the speed queen equipment?
The question is, does it only work on Speed Queen equipment? Yes. Speed Queen Insights is only going to work on the Speed Queen equipment. We've got other brands in like the OPL side of the world and everything. I mean, yeah, we've got technology on our other brands, but what I'm showing you here today, this only works on your Speed Queen equipment. Yes. Yep. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Well, if you guys get questions at all, I'll be hanging around here all day. Just feel free to stop by. Just grab me. Happy to answer any questions that you guys have, and thank you.
is, beautiful. He really spared no expense on making this place, first class. Then this is over in Antioch, this one we built last year. That's a gold store, and that's a really nice store too. So you can really see what people are doing out there these days. This is an old Maytag store that we converted and made a Speed Queen store. This is the inside of it. We love seeing that, of course. And this one's Pat's store, Pat Hankins. He's somewhere around here. There he is. And that's beautiful. He's killing it up in Greenville, Tennessee. That's just such a nice place. Built it from the ground up. It's in Memphis, Tennessee. I keep getting confused with Winchester, Kentucky. I mean, we did one in Winchester, Kentucky as well. It's a really nice store as well. And this guy wished he'd built it a lot bigger. This is an all card store, only Speed Queen app payment. It's actually not a card store. It's all Speed Queen app payment. You see there's no coin box or coin reader. We don't do a whole lot of those. This is down in Laverne. This one we did last year. And the guy asked he didn't want a payment system. Within 60 days, he called and said, I have to have a payment system. It's up in Lexington, Kentucky. Nice store. We built it. That took us 4 or 5 years to build. See all the touch equipment. And this is Roger Cochran's store. Oh, there he is. Yeah, Roger's here. So that's down in Antioch. The Spider Wash readers. Gallatin, the Lori's Laundry. I always called it Ron's Laundry, but Lori corrected me last year. She said it's Lori's Laundry. That's his wife. So now we call it Lori's Laundry, but that's up in North Nashville. This is the same guy who has one in Troy. You can see how he has unique buildings, and he uses this, wood, which kind of makes it separate, differentiates it from other things. This is John Heron's store over in Hermitage, and it's a nice gold store. This is right behind us here, Murphy Road, which was the first touch store we did in Tennessee. It's probably a 50-year-old store. There's only 1,000 square feet or so, but we ripped everything out, put everything in brand new. This is up down in Florence, Alabama. This was a dollar store. This is like a 10,000 square foot building. Unbelievable. It's just it's unbelievable for Huntsville. Excuse me, that's in Florence, Alabama. That's just some of the stores we've built. And so these stores are becoming very prevalent all over. So this is what I'm building right this second. So this is in Bellevue, and if anybody's been out to my laundry, you see the current laundry is this side over here. This is current. But what we're getting ready to add is everything on this side. So we're making a huge investment into Bellevue because we feel like, the market can support it. But it's going to be over a 5,000 square foot store with a lot of machines. Those who don't know, in Columbia, I have a laundry which has 125 machines in it. And it's really, really nice. And this will rival that, but this will be out here in Bellevue by the end of the summer. So these are things we've done and things we've already completed. We have another 8 or 10 stores probably in the pipeline right now that'll be built in the next, 12 months or so, and even more than that. But this is what we're doing. And this is why you see all this equipment up here, because people have been very successful. One thing that was very interesting, we had a few people for dinner last night, and several of the people pulled up their app, their Speed Queen app, I think we just talked about, and they showed me, this is what we're doing. I love the fact that you have it on your phone every minute of every day of what you're actually doing in that laundry, and so it's really neat with this touch equipment. But I'm going to bring Ben Hein up, and he's with our Speed Queen's finance department, and we actually won 2 awards last year, which were pretty amazing. This, you can see the one we're pretty proud of here, Distributor of the Year Award, which is the biggest award in the industry as far as we're concerned. I've been fortunate enough to win it one other time. My dad won it back in '97, but we've been in business for 65 years and never even had a sniff at this thing, but we won it last year. I was the most surprised person in the room when we won it, for sure. They kept saying, you won. I'm like, what did we win? But we won the biggest, but we also won the Finance Partner of the Year award as well, where we did, I guess, I don't know exactly what the qualifications for that, but we won 2 very big prestigious awards from Speed Queen, and Ben's with the finance department, so I'll let him tell you what we have to offer. For most of the people in the room here have laundries. This is we have a really good, for interest rate environment we have a really good program for that right now for people who are replacing equipment. So I'll let Ben tell you about that. Thank you.
As Michael said, my name is Ben Hein. I'm with the finance department. I've been with Alliance, working in the finance department just about 6 years here now. So what we'll go over here today is just our brief agenda, the benefits of using us as your finance or your lender, our 2023 promotions, why it's important to retool your laundromat and the benefits of that, as well as what our product offerings, everything from replacing equipment down to our new store financing to acquisition and our equity program. So why use Speed Queen Finance? We're an in-house finance company. Over $2 billion in loans we funded throughout our history here. I think we started in 1994. 20,000 loans for laundries only. So we specialize in vended laundromats. That's solely what we underwrite and what we do loans. So we understand the business and what we look at in terms of getting you approved for a finance approval. More than 150 years of combined lending experience between me and my other colleagues. Approval rates of nearly 90%, probably a little bit higher, and loss rates of 1%. The biggest one here that goes into that approval rate is tailored finance programs to fit your needs. We're here to help, to facilitate the sale of equipment. We want to try and find a finance program that fits your needs and make sure you get it approved. You can get new equipment, get that next door, or purchase a brand new one or something like that. So we're always trying to find a way to get the deal done. Couple other reasons to use us here: ease of doing business. Some that we pride ourselves on is our turnaround times for our especially our one-page application. So if you're looking to replace new equipment at an existing store, we have a one-page application that could get you approved for equipment up to $250,000 with just your credit score. Quick turnaround times, like I said, 1 to 2 business days on the replacement equipment deals under $250. 3 to 5 business days for larger retools and renew stores, acquisition equity, so forth from there. A big one here right now, especially, is our no prepayment penalty. So no payment, no penalty to pay it off sooner or anything like that. No security deposit to close the loan. Our admin fee, which I'll go into later, is just capitalized right into the loan balance, so nothing out of pocket to submit an application or ultimately get the loan closed and funded. And like I said, work with an expert. We solely look at underwriting laundromats every day, so we understand the business, what goes into it, and how the financials all tie together. As Michael said, we have this great promotion here for replacement equipment right now for under $250. It's a $599 fixed rate for the first 18 months, 90 days deferred. So your first payment's not due until 90 days after funding. We fund the loan when the distributor's done with their scope of work, so typically when equipment's being installed. So first payment's not until that 90 days after that. After the 18 months, it is a variable rate loan, depending on the term. So you can see here, if it's a 60-month term, it's prime plus 2.5, all the way to prime plus 175 on the back end for a 96-month term. And there's different dollar amounts to qualify for the different loan terms. Additional details on it: no prepayment penalties and fees. 50 basis point admin fee, which is capitalized in the loan balance. Minimum term has to be 60 months on this program. Maximum transaction size $250,000. This is for approval deadline of June 16th and then a funding deadline of July 31st. For those who may be replacing more or doing a larger retool, we have this promotion here, especially for the show. For deals over $250, you get the 90 days deferral period. But then after that 90 days deferred, you get 6 months of interest only. So you'll have the 90 days deferred, 6 months interest only, and then you'll start your principal interest payments thereafter. That's at a variable rate at prime plus 1. Prime's at 8 right now, so that's 9%. And then the term is just depending upon the dollar amount. Deals over 100,000, 96 months, 84 for 50, and then 9 and 10 years available on select deals. The rate's a little bit higher there. Same as before, 50 basis point admin fee, and no prepayment penalty on it. This program promotion is for this show specifically here. So this, you can see applications receive a week prior, post show. Show only. This is for replacement transactions. So you have until next Friday to submit an application if that's something you're looking to take advantage of. I'm also be here. I'm in the back office there. We can always sit down and fill out an application if you want to at least get the process started today. New store promotion. Major benefits of this program are these top 2 ones. And it kind of provides this ramp up period. So how the new store programming works is we have a 90-day deferral period and then 10 months interest only. So ultimately what we look to do with this, and what a lot of investors really like with these benefits to this new store program, is you have the 90-day deferral period and then you have 10 months interest only. So it provides a lower monthly payment for those initial months as you open the store and you ramp up your revenues and your cash flow, establish that customer base. So that way, by the time you're making your principal interest payments in months 13, the store should be able to support the debt service, so it can come right out of the cash flow of the laundromat versus having to come out of pocket to make your monthly payment. Same terms for as the larger replacement deal. You have 96 months for deals over 100, 84 months for deals over 50, and then longer terms available for deals over 500,000. Rates a little bit higher. So same as all of our other promotions, no prepayment penalties or fees. And then 50 basis point admin fee, that's just capitalizing the loan balance. When is new equipment less expensive than old? You know, is your old equipment draining your revenues? And I'll kind of go into more of this on our next slide here. But there's three main parts of it: utility expenses, repair expenses, and control limitations on the equipment here. So benefits of retooling. Looking for a lower upfront cash investment. The biggest part of it is a stronger cash flow. You can kind of see here. So especially with these touch equipment, you have your cycle modifiers. It's easier to generate some additional revenue at the location. Increasing vend prices on new equipment versus your older stuff, even 25, 50 cents can make a big difference. And just generating that additional incremental revenue in terms of replacing the equipment. Then a bigger one, especially if you're pulling out really old equipment, is your lower utility costs. From what I've seen here a lot, and we have certain tools that Tony can help Michael with if we need to, but we have like a replacement analysis where if you give us water bills and we can kind of put in like a 1-to-1 mix between, hey, this is your old equipment and new equipment, we can show you roughly what these savings are compared to what your finance payment is. And a majority of the time, they may cover it just off these savings alone. So you're basically, net zero just by replacing new equipment. Customer experience improves, right? Newer equipment is going to be under warranty, less broken down equipment, less hopefully issues with it, helps keep your customers happy and coming back. Increase competitiveness in your market. The markets that you always want to be competitive. You want to have the newest equipment. Make sure you deter any other people trying to come into your market and taking business from you by putting newer equipment in it. Product offerings here. So we kind of went over replacement and new store financing already. I'm going to go through our acquisition and equity financing program here. Acquisition financing. So the rate is a little bit higher. It's a prime plus 299 variable rate. Then if you do a major retool, which I'll go into here in a second here, it could be as low as prime plus 199. We have a 1% acquisition fee that's capitalized into the loan balance, and then the term of the loan is just depending upon the age of the equipment. So for equipment less than 10 years old, we could do anywhere from 60 to 84 months on the acquisition. If it's older than 10 years old, 36 to 60 months. The biggest piece of this here, Speed Queen Finance can finance 100% of the new equipment purchase with an acquisition, as long as laundry supports the debt. So you can kind of see here, we have four different tiers of our acquisition program. So the two that I find the most beneficial are these top two here. So if you're looking to purchase a non-Alliance branded store, so that's anything that's not basically Speed Queen or Hips, so Electrolux, Dexter, Maytag, etc., especially if it's an older rundown store, and you're looking to do an immediate retool, right? And what we constitute immediate retool is at least replacing all your washers. Those are going to be your big needle movers to really help grow the business. We could potentially finance up to 80% of the selling price of the store, and then we can also finance up to 100% of the equipment as long as as long as it supports the debt service. So essentially, you could buy a store for 20% down and then get a whole new, it's a less cash investment versus a new store where we require 30. And then if it's an Alliance branded store, it's 75%, down to 70 if it's an Alliance branded store with no retool, and then 65% for a competitive branded store with no retool. But I've seen a lot of investors leverage this, especially these top two, to really, buy maybe an older rundown store for a lot less, and then be able to basically get a brand new store for a lot less cash that you would have to do, especially building a brand new store right now where construction costs are at. So definitely an interesting program here, and there's definitely a lot of benefits to utilizing this. Equity financing program. I've used a lot of this with some investors here, and this is a great program, especially if you own a current store right now and you're looking to expand your brand and you're trying to get your second or your third laundromat. Speed Queen Finance can provide a maximum financing of 65% loan to value, less any existing debt for laundry related purchases. So what that really kind of comes down to is you can pull equity out of your store to meet the down payments on like the acquisition. So like that 20% down, if you had an existing store, you can leverage equity from your current store to buy to meet your down payment requirement on the acquisition, and then we can finance the acquisition. Essentially, you can get a second store without having to put any actual cash into the project, right? You're just using equity to expand that versus acquisition. That's usually how I see the most of it, but we can do it for new stores as well. Laundromat used as collateral must have Alliance equipment for us to do equity financing. And the financing terms mirror those of the acquisition. So great program here for if you have an existing store and you're looking to expand without having to come out of pocket for cash. Finance has never been easier. Like I said, I'll be here today throughout the day if you're looking to get pre-qualified for replacement equipment or you have a new store or just general questions. Feel free to come back and talk to me. But one-page application up to $250 for replacement transactions today. So any questions for me regarding the finance or anything like that?
Well, thank you, Ben.
Yep.
Appreciate that. I've done all my financing through Speed Queen, so that's generally how most people in the industry get their money for new equipment, and it's been a very successful program that they started many years ago, and can't tell you how much we appreciate the finance department for sure. So we're going to start lunch now, and right after lunch, we're going to have a video of Brian Wallace. And I'm not sure if you know who Brian Wallace is. Those who don't, he's the president of the National Coin Laundry Association. He did a presentation over in Knoxville. He wasn't able to join us over here, but we have his exact presentation videoed, so we're going to play that on the screen right after lunch. Kind of gives you some information about the state of the industry, where we are, and where we're kind of going, and also gives you some ideas of why you should replace your equipment and that type of thing. So he's a very knowledgeable person, and if you're not a member of the Coin Laundry Association, I would highly recommend it. But as soon as we finish lunch, like I said, we'll have that video. In the meantime, go ahead and you can start heading out the door. Just turn left here, go into the next door. All the food is prepared right there, and then come back in this room. We'll have these tables in here, but by the time you make that loop, and we'll eat in here, and then right after that, we'll get started back with the Brian Wallace presentation. So thank you. it's a short presentation that he did for us, and he's a very knowledgeable person, so we're glad that he was able to come join us and what have you. So Rod will get the video started here in just a second, but if you have any questions, just let us know. And looks like we're about ready to get started. So see if I can know how to turn the lights off in here. Is this the lights for in here? Yeah, just for
Well, it's great to be with all of you. I've been in the business 31 years total, so that's about how long I think I've known you, roughly. Star Distributing has always been a great supporter of the association, and we don't take that for granted because we're all trying to move the industry ahead, take care of each other, and doing that through a nonprofit like CLA is a great way to make that happen. I look around the room out here, I see nothing but member companies, so we've got other folks that are engaged in helping us, with that mission. And a couple of guys here from the factory had a chance to be in Ripon at Alliance last Thursday, and as well as a couple months ago. And again, we're getting tremendous support. As a matter of fact, Alliance was one of our first participants in our new, it's called our Strategic Corporate Ally Program. So we have a couple of the very top manufacturers that are making an even greater commitment and help support the work that we're doing, especially when it comes to advocacy and the legislative work that we do. So you can count Alliance among those handful of companies that joined on for that program. So the support has really been incredible. So we really certainly appreciate that. As Michael said, the industry's hot right now. I mean, it's always been, good business. We've always loved the business, always been that steady, reliable, predictable, type of business. And the new investor interest in particular is really, I've never seen anything like it. I think I did a webinar a week or two ago, and I think we had, like every month, another 100 or 200 people that are interested in doing this. Doesn't mean that they can or should or capitalize well enough or some of the other reasons, but we're just trying to educate people about the industry, try to kind of give a sober, level-headed look at our business. If you follow social media, you see kind of a sensationalized version of our business, a lot of quarters being poured and stacks of cash being shown off, which is great for clicks, but maybe not a reality of what it's like to do what you all are doing. That being said, like I said, the business has performed really well. We have endured recessions and pandemics, and we'd rather not have that test again, but we certainly know that is something that we've got some history with as an industry. So, in terms of what's happening in a positive sense, I would just say that we're seeing a lot of reinvestment in the business, a lot of retooling, a lot of people that are getting into the business and expanding their footprint. Multi-store ownership is going through the roof. I've got the advent of just a lot of new looks at the business, which I think overall raises the level of service, raises the profile of the industry. Headwinds. There's always headwinds. We know what's happening with some of the economic factors. We know that there's headwinds related to utility costs, but we're going to touch on that here as we go. But all that being said, as I talk with owner-operators, distributors, the manufacturers themselves, the one thing they all say in common is that there doesn't seem, despite these headwinds and bumps in the road, there doesn't seem to be much in the way of a slowdown, in terms of what our industry is doing. So, we're just trying to do our part to hold on and make sure that we're providing that support and service. Michael mentioned Tennessee. In fact, on the way over here, I double-checked. The new budget bill does include some technical changes on sales tax. And for a minute there, I thought it was going to extend the sales tax to wash, dry, fold. Our current reading is that it will not. But we're going to continue to watch that as it goes through the process, because sometimes those bills, that language changes unannounced. And so just know that that's one of the services that we're providing is constant monitoring, all 50 states, all federal, all regulatory, anything to do with the industry. We are on that, and we've got resources to make sure that we stay in the clear and make sure that we're not being committed to something that we'd rather not see happening for the business. So sales tax, always be knocking on wood if I can find some. We've been good here in Tennessee for a good long while, and again, many of you in the room have been part of those efforts over a period of time. So what I thought I would do is, with Ben's kickoff here, I think I'm going to take a little deeper dive into the retooling. I call it the equipment equation. So you're gonna a little bit of repetition here, but I've got a little deeper dive, I think, in what people are looking at right now. And then, if you're interested, I'd be happy to stick around for Q&A, ask me anything, stump the chump, just entertain any questions that you might have along the way. So, and again, if something strikes you, don't hesitate to interrupt the conversation. So, what I've learned from my members over 30 years is that, these are not easy decisions to make. To equip, to re-equip, you got dollars, you got risk, you've got other considerations. And, like most things that ought to be a cold, calculated business decision, naturally, we're human beings, right? So there's an emotional element to that. Whether it's taking risks, what's going on with competitors, am I making the right decision? So, what I've tried to do with this equation is to try to steer a little bit more toward that more technical analysis of what's really going to make sense for re-equipping your store. And as I get further into the presentation, putting in a little bit broader context, but I'll give you the punchline now so you can be thinking about it along the way. I think a lot of these retooling decisions ought to be made through the lens of store valuation. And what I hope is your goal of selling the store at some point, tomorrow or in 10 years, selling it at maximum value. And this is a huge factor in landing there. So gave you the punchline first, but we'll get there again just to sort of punctuate that. So fundamentally, are the cost savings and increased revenue going to offset the investment? In other words, if we go through some of these factors, can I cover that debt service on a monthly basis? And again, thank you, Ben, for teeing this up perfectly. When we do surveys all the time, studies all the time, and not surprisingly, when you talk about this actually specific study we did on replacement a year or so ago, the advantages were pretty clear, right? It's funny, when you talk to existing operators, the repair and maintenance part, dollar-wise, is probably not the biggest chunk, but when you ask them about it, it comes up first, right? Because that's more of that day-to-day experience of having to maintain the equipment. Let's face it, folks, all that I talked about earlier about the industry being hot right now means you're much more likely to be facing a much better competitor sometime soon. I don't say that to scare anybody, it's just the reality. The zombie mats are going away, and people are coming for your lunch if you're not on top of having the best store on an ongoing basis. And of course, like I said, increasing the value of the laundromat. Pain points, hey, it's big dollars, right? It's big dollars today, whether what's happened with equipment costs, the cost of everything in the world, finance costs, which again are unique to our business, citing the market rates. I hear access to financing is a pain point. So again, thank you, Ben. You've got that all available. And just a practical matter, am I going to do a complete gut retool and this place is going to be closed for a couple of months and every single customer I have is going to go do laundry somewhere else, for a week, a month, however long it takes? Or am I going to do this on a phased basis where it's just kind of disruptive? Pardon our dust. You've got, some plastic sheeting hung up. You're trying to do one row at a time. So again, that's a pain point. And this is pretty consistent. When we survey people, about half of the laundromat owners say, hey, I'm going to do some kind of replacement in the next 12 months. So, I mean, this is not something where the top 10% are deciding that this is a good idea. This is half or more of the market. Okay so far? Okay. So, I put all the factors up here and we'll just go through them one by one. So, even today, you know, one of the easier parts of the math gets into, again, if you're making an acquisition and considering retooling, or your own store, you're considering retooling, probably the biggest bite you're going to get out of that, and can I cover the note this month, is going to be the utility savings. And I was just working on an issue with AHAM, which is the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. You may have read something about the Department of Energy putting some new standards on residential clothes washers, which could have some impact on us. But we went back to when the first standards were introduced. Even on the domestic side, washing machines are using 70% less water than they did previously. So that may not be the delta, depending on what you're replacing, but consider that you're going to be getting likely at least a 30% savings, which means you're saving 30% on the hot water that takes gas to make. And of course, with you know, what they've done with motors now, there's, you know, a lot more efficiency happening in that situation. So, you know, if you look at it, you know, purely on the utility expense reduction, water, sewer, gas, and electric, in most of these projects, when you do the calculator, someone mentioned a calculator earlier, you're probably going to make up most of that ground just here on the top point. If you're replacing 10-year-old equipment, that delta is going to be smaller. If you're replacing 20-year-old equipment, it's a home run, right? Because just the progression over the years is more and more savings. And, you know, I always like to take a moment here to talk about our old friend, the dryer. You know, dryers tend to be among the last thing to get updated and replaced. In part, mechanically, you can keep them running almost forever, but at what cost, right? So we went through whatever it was, 15, 17 years of low natural gas costs. And so all of a sudden we're getting more activity that I'm hearing anyway about dryer replacement, right? Because when mechanically they're sound and gas is cheap, there's not a big motivation. But when gas goes up, then it becomes top of mind. The second one that I think is even more exciting, and our members in California probably wanted to kick me in the shins. What I was talking to them about in January is when natural gas did that big spike, and some of our members out there were seeing a tripling of their gas bill. And it was short-lived. We can all see the futures prices. We knew there was panic, but we saw that prices were coming down. We saw an unprecedented amount of VEN price increase across the industry, particularly in a market like Southern California that's been really slow to increase price. So now that we're sitting here in whatever this is, April, and now gas is a fraction of what it was in January, any laundromat owners reducing their price out there? No. So sometimes you need these shock events to, you know, to kind of shock the industry and like, hey, you know, you've got to go up every so often. Now again, we're not setting price here in the room. We're not colluding on price. We're just talking about a strategy. And, you know, this is one of the benefits. But the other thing that I think is happening with price, and you tell me if you're seeing it or not, but when I first started coming to these shows 25 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever it was, if there were competitors in the room, the dynamic would be, well, you're a quarter more, you've been at the same quarter, maybe you're a quarter less. That was the span in the marketplace. Can I be a quarter more? Can I earn a quarter more because I've got a much better store? It was that way for a long time. Now, what I see is dollars of difference on the same capacity machine. So someone's getting $4.50 for a 40, and someone's getting $7 on a 40, right? And what that tells me is that more laundromat owners are understanding that, yes, there are price shoppers, but the majority of customers just want a better place to do the wash. And if you are providing that premium experience, you can command a much higher VEN price. So back to the matter at hand, if you're starting to look at your equipment equation, just start to think about what your VEN prices are going to be after replacement. And I would strongly recommend you not miss the opportunity to raise price upon retooling, because again, it's more obvious in present to the customer that you're reinvesting in the business and that you're providing a better experience. So that's easy math to do. So what you have here is the reduction in the expense, but you're also generating more revenue, right? So the top line, I think you were mentioning earlier about increasing an existing store 2 or 3 or 4-fold. It's not just the top line, it's the bottom line that improves dramatically. Another thing I'm seeing a lot of, and again, I've said this for a while, we should stop talking about the size of laundromats based on square footage. We should be talking about them in pounds of capacity, because that's really what it is now. It's more so about capacity, and nearly every replacement project I see, there's some kind of net increase in the capacity of that store. Same 4 walls, but maybe you've got a 1,300-pound store, just add up the capacity of all the washers, and maybe you come out of that retool with an 1,800-pound store or a 2,000-pound store. And don't underestimate that when you start doing the math, right? Because you're going to be able to lean into those larger capacity machines, which command a higher VEN price, which are more efficient per pound of clothes washed with the utilities, and you've built yourself an expanded store without moving a wall, right? You did it within those 4 walls. Now there's some, you get parking is an issue and folding tables, you can't go crazy. You still need to make it work for customers, but in a lot of cases, you're able to add at least a couple 100 pounds of capacity as a result. Is everybody good with that? Follow on that one? Okay. That was the number 1 in our poll, but I have it about midway here is the repair and maintenance expenses. And it's not just the parts costs. We know parts have gone up quite a bit. But a lot of you that do your own work, you don't really put a dollar value on the time and energy you're spending to maintain equipment. So that is a factor. And again, a newly retooled store, those costs ought to be 1%, 2%, as opposed to 6 or 8 or 10% of gross sales on an older store. Okay. Again, we're starting to build this this differential here between the sticker shock of looking at that monthly note. This came up earlier. So part of the benefit of replacement is, I guess it was Matt's question, and all of a sudden you at least have the choice about whatever technology you want to embrace. So whether that's controls and for cycle modifiers in the customer interface, or it's the payment system, one of the things that I've run into a few times is I'll talk to a member who's all fired up about a new payment system, but I know they've got 20-year-old equipment. I said, well, why are you hanging this bright, shiny, new, high-tech payment system, hanging it on a bunch of old machines, right? That just doesn't pencil out. I'm not the accountant, but certainly you look at your own situation. One of the things that might trump all of this is what you're going to be able to take on resetting with depreciation, whatever tax advantages you have based on your situation. So that is definitely something you're going to want to pencil out when you're considering that retool. I was talking to a member of mine in Texas, and I swear he must have this warehouse, some warehouse full of new equipment that he hasn't installed yet, because at the end of every year, he's looking at the depreciation, and I better get myself some equipment. So, certainly the IRS is want to make sure that equipment is installed, but I'm sure it's just a fictitious warehouse full of stuff ready to go. And again, at the end of the day, where did this start from? With all the consumer research that we've done over the years, we always kind of come up with this motto: laundromat customers want time savings and convenience in a clean, safe environment that's close to home. Time savings, convenience, clean, safe environment that's close to home. That's the recipe. And with the equipment, that's really a big part of that that scenario. The ability to stay up with the competition, which I just told you is getting better every day, and making sure that customers are being well taken care of. That's a harder one to put a dollar value on. It's probably more in that risk profile. but I think it's something you should be thinking about. How do you stay up on it? I do a separate talk on what to do when the store is opening down the street. That's a separate talk. But believe me, the more you do before that store opens, the better chance of survival you have in that. Last and certainly not least, often the best reason to do this process, at least go through the exercise, whether you pull the trigger or not, is resetting on the business valuation, understanding where you are in the life cycle of your laundromat. Now, this statement always gets raised eyebrows, but I believe it continues to be true. Most laundromats sell when they're worth the least. Now think about that for a second. Some of you have taken advantage of that, very much so. But most laundromats sell when they're worth the least, right? Because you've got this dynamic, you've got this life cycle of a laundromat. And the length of the lease, age and condition of the equipment, and the market valuation are factors that have to play in right for you to cash out at the highest level. Why do most laundromats sell when they're worth the lease? Old equipment, short lease. Old equipment, short lease. I talk to the new investors every day, and they're very excited to tell me about a store that they're looking at. And how much time is left on the lease? Well, 3. Okay, what are you buying? Well, he says the equipment's perfectly fine. So, well, what's the age on it? Did you check the serial number? Well, it's 18 years old. It's perfectly fine. Right, so if you want to, whether you're planning to sell or life happens, you must sell, you're much better positioned if you've got the maximum amount of time left on your lease and have the equipment as recent as possible. If there are I have a separate talk on this, but there's these decision points, right, where you have to either recapitalize the business or sell. It always sounds rude when I say this to folks, like, you should really sell now. If you're not going to re-equip or you can't extend the lease, you got to sell it today. Because every day you hem and haw, the equipment gets older and the lease gets shorter. Every single day that goes by. So if you can look at this equipment investment through that lens, I think it helps trying to make those decisions. Easy to talk about, harder to do, right? Everything I've said so far, yeah. All right, when should you not replace the equipment? Throw out an example. Give me an example. And
extend the lease.
It's down here somewhere. Yep. So either the equipment is new to middle age and performing well, right? I mean, that's pretty good situation. But again, you should be planning. Speaking of depreciation, that's a real expense. So if you are taking every dime out of the store and haven't planned for replacement, that puts you in a tough spot. But yes, if the lease is short, you've done everything. I just had a member in Cleveland, and I don't know how many times he's called me, I get it, but if the landlord's not going to budge, the landlord's not going to budge. So again, don't wait another month to call me again to talk about the lease. Try to get this business sold. If they're not going to budge, every day you hold, it's like a stock, hold, it gets less and less valuable. Yeah, again, if you're imminent sale of the business, now there's an asterisk or two here, right? Some can make some arguments about having to do a little bit of work to make it more saleable that you'll get on the back end once you sell it. But in a lot of cases, you've cast your lot. You might as well just sell it, warts and all, in that situation. But, it's a fairly short list. And again, one of the things, especially roughly speaking, years 5 through 11, in that laundromat life cycle, you're loving it, right? Because you retired the debt service on the initial purchase, cash flow went through the roof, equipment's still pretty good. You haven't seen your lease in 7 years. You got to go find it to dust it off to look at it to know how much time you have left. But it takes a lot of discipline to start thinking about what happens after that. Okay, you're 12, you're 13, you're 14. Then you're starting getting into, I need equipment, but do I have enough lease to justify it? Have I gotten complacent? This business is so good sometimes where it's very much prone to rut and complacency. And even these people say, well, how do these zombie mats still stay open? I said, well, it's easy to make a little bit of money in spite of yourself if you're a bad operator. You can make a little bit of money. Not what you should be making, but you can be kind of neglectful and still make something, not what you should be making. And again, don't pay that seller for that premium that they didn't deliver on. And again, if this is germane to what Ben was talking about, being able to take equity out of one store to kind of parlay that into the next. So you may have some situations where either you can do that or it gets you part of the way there, but sometimes this you might have some capital that's set toward expansion that you don't want to throw into the equipment side of things. But again, it's a weaker part of the list. So again, at the end of the day, if we add up those savings and we add up that increased revenue versus the monthly note, a lot of these projects, I see it all the time, even with today's prices. Brian, they can't be true today. Haven't you seen the interest rates? Haven't you seen the cost of equipment? Even today, you start to see projects that'll, you can be done on a cash flow neutral basis. Some of these acquisitions you're making of zombie mats, you're actually ahead dollars, even after the note, based on the increased revenue and the reduction in expenses. But again, at the end of the day, you don't want to be in that, I sold my laundromat when it was worth the least. You don't want to be in that situation, work too hard for that. So yeah, put your pencil to it. And certainly any distributor, like the folks here, would be very happy to help you make that calculation, right? Because it's really just a numbers situation. So with that, any questions on equipment replacement? I just made it really easy to spend all your money, pony up, pull up the truck, but really just know that you got to do something or you're going to start to lose value on that business pretty quickly. Well, it's great to be with all of you. I've been in the business.
I think that brings it into that part of the presentation. So there was a bunch of questions after that, but I don't think you'd understand the questions, so or couldn't hear the questions, so you wouldn't know what the reference was to the answers. So even though Brian's not here, we appreciate Brian's input and coming to Tennessee to help us out because he's one of the more knowledgeable people in the industry, and he's been president for, I can't even remember, 25 plus years. He's been in leading that organization. It's a good organization. Like I said, if you're not a member, I highly suggest becoming a member. We're going to move forward here and have Brittany Centers from, we have a door prize? We'll do that in just a second. We're going to start with Brittany, or move on with Brittany here. She's going to tell you a little bit about her social media product and what she does for laundromats like ourselves. And we're very fortunate Brittany came down from Lexington, Kentucky, so she made a big effort to come over and support us and hopefully tell you guys how she can support you too. So Brittany, go right ahead.
Thank you. How does it?
I'll get it for you.
Okay. All right, so while he is getting that pulled up, I'm going to go ahead and tell you about myself. So my name is Brittany Centers, and I own Centers Social. Sorry. One second. How do I switch the slides? Is there? Oh, one of these remotes probably. Okay, thank you. All right. And so in 2017, I started working with laundromats. In 2014, I actually started my own company. I'm trying to stay on the X so that they can actually film. But whenever I started working with laundromats, I had actually never been in a laundromat before. So now, fast forward all these years later, and I am doing marketing for over 100 laundromats all throughout the United States and 10 different distributors. So today I'm going to talk about marketing your laundry, and I'm going to try to make this so that everybody understands. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I will explain it to you. All right, so just so that I'm going to ask you some questions first. So raise your hand if you own a laundromat. Okay. All right, so raise your hand if you do marketing for your laundromat. All right, all right. So these are some of the different types of marketing that you can do. Most things, and we'll go through and ask who was doing what, but I already know the answer. All right, so social media. What people don't understand is that it is an algorithm. And what is an algorithm? It's all mathematical, especially on like computers. So what you're posting, how you're posting, all of that matters because it has to go against the algorithm. So for an example, if you're doing, like, a lot of people like to do contests. So if you do a contest and you say the word like win or giveaway, that's called flag words, and the algorithm is actually smart enough that they're going to take that post and not allow that many people to see it because it has that flag word. So the algorithm is constantly watching what you're posting and what you're doing. And the other thing about it is that it's always changing. So one of the clients that I started working with recently, it took the algorithm was glitching so bad and messing up that it took me 3 times. I had to shut my computer down 3 times in order to just get into that laundromat's Facebook page because it just wasn't working. Another one that's been glitching a lot right now is Google. Like your Google My Business, if someone's searching you, a lot of things just aren't working. Hours have been magically disappearing. So if you get on your Google and you say that your hours aren't correct or something like that, it's really Google is just messing up because they're changing their algorithm and it's making things not work as well. Does anyone have any questions about algorithms? Okay, so next we're going to talk about the type of post that or content that most laundromats use right now on social media. And so most of them do post, stories, and reels. So that's 3 different types, and I'm going to go into it and explain everything for you. All right. So posts on social media. Facebook has been around for 19 years now. And so what you think of as a post is literally a post. Like whether a post is called, if you go yourself and you post a picture of your kids, that's considered a post. It's what's always been around. And posts are still important. This is an example of a post that we did for a laundromat. This is not an ad. It is not boosted. Which you can see it says boost post, but there's no ad running or a boost post. And this is the reach that this client was getting just organically. Stories. All right. Does anyone know what a story is on social media, Facebook, Instagram? All right. So, and I put this up here to show. So when you open your phone or your computer and you look at and you go to Facebook or Instagram, at the top, they're going to have like this box right here. And this is called stories. Stories are something to get repeat customers. It's like an email blast back in the day, which I mean, email blasts still get repeat customers, but a story lasts for 24 hours and they're only going to reach the people that are already opting to follow you. So it's just building that repeat customer, letting them know like what's going on, if there's changes, if there's a promotion or anything like that. Here's an example of a post or a story that we did. It wouldn't move if I actually, like it moves and stuff in the words. But this is just an example of a story for a laundromat. All right, so one of the most things that either you love it or you hate it, and honestly, we don't know what's going to happen with TikTok. I'm sure that most of you guys have probably heard of TikTok because it's on the news, it's everywhere, and it's really important to talk about because it's going to lead into the next thing. So one of the reasons why the algorithms are changing so much right now is that Facebook and Instagram, they want to take down TikTok. They want to be better than them. They want to get the views. And that's why they have created what's called a reel. And we're going to talk about that next. But so TikTok is a platform. We don't really know what's going to happen with it. I have laundromat owners that are on it. One of the most important things when you're doing TikToks or reels is that you use trending sounds. Can I get this to play? There we go. All right, so this is a laundromat. And you would think, oh, because I downloaded it, it does that silly stuff because they want you to see their name on this TikTok. All right, so that wouldn't normally be there if you were actually looking on TikTok. But you have to use trending sounds. Now, you would not believe, without payment, without anything, that little video right there got 800 views, over 800 views actually, of people watching that little video. So the trending music goes into it. All right, so this is my child, he's my oldest one, and I have a purpose for showing you this, and it goes with the laundromats too. All right, so you've got to make it interesting. He has his own business at 6 years old. It's a chameleon breeding business. Yes, he's actually selling them. And So the way the algorithm works, he showed up on someone's news feed and they wrote him like this terrible comment, which is a little silly to me, like saying bad things about a 6-year-old, but they did. And I use it as a teaching moment and also a marketing moment. And we created, I taught him that people are going to hate. Just like you guys are going to get reviews, you're going to get bad reviews, you're going to get good reviews. But it's important how that you respond to them and you push forward. And so this is quite, he loves doing this too, by the way.
Hey, welcome back to Music Jams. Today is another very exciting day because we got our first hating comment. That is really exciting because remember, guys, haters going to hate. Shake, 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 shake it, shake it.
And that's him with one of his chameleons. And so whenever you are getting like reviews and stuff like that on social media, you don't necessarily have to make a bad video about it or a video about the bad reviews or anything, but it is important to respond to that customer. It helps the algorithm. And if people are commenting on your stuff, even if it is bad, that is going to make more people see it and it like get more exposure. So he's actually gone viral twice since December on his chameleon business on TikTok and Instagram. And it's a lot about, make it interesting, use the different sounds. Does anyone have any question? All right, so Reels. Reels is the most important thing that you can do right now for marketing, no matter what business that you own. It is out there, it is proven, you have to be doing them. And the reason is, I've already said, because Facebook and Instagram want to take down TikTok. A Reel is the TikTok version of Facebook or Instagram. All right, so in the past, like you could post like a video, and it's really kind of funny. Videos are kind of a thing of the past anymore, just like a normal video on social media. Most people don't even do that. It's all Reels. And on Reels, you can do 2 different types of sounds. You can do normal audio, like you're talking, or you can do the trending music. So every week, we actually have a spreadsheet for my company that is gives us like the trending sounds for that week, and that's whenever we go in. We do over 35 Reels a week for just laundromat customers right now, and we watch the sounds and then add them to their videos. And here's an example. This is in Southern California. It's a high market for Hispanic speaking people, and this is the manager of Lux Laundries, and I have no.
Hola y bienvenidos a Lux Laundries 3482 y es César Chávez, donde ustedes van a poder encontrar una de las lavadoras más grandes de cualquier lavandería. Esta lavadora puede tomar 120 libras de ropa para que ustedes puedan terminar su limpiada de ropa más rápido y puedan disfrutar su tiempo con su familia. Esperamos verlos prontos. Muchas gracias. Adiós.
And so this company, when I started working with them in 2019, they owned 5 laundromats. Now they own 13. Plus they have just a wash dry or a pickup and delivery facility where they've just expanded in Southern California to 6,000 square feet. Oh, all right. So this is another Reel that is just like a short little example of folding clothes. This is actually out of Portland, Oregon, is where this laundromat is. And so this was a trending song that week. But people are actually opting in that, and they're getting thousands and hundreds of views by just posting something like that. And the thing about Reels is that you're reaching new people. It's not so because Facebook and Instagram wants to take down TikTok, they have gone and made the algorithm for reaching new customers by posting Reels so easy. They're making you reach more customers easily because they want you to keep posting Reels. Because if you keep posting Reels and getting results, then that's just going to hurt TikTok more and more. Demographics. All right. Yes.
How long can a reel be?
2 months ago, the optimum time was 16 seconds. Right now, it's between 3 to 5 seconds. It changes that quickly. Attention span. Now, if you're on there telling like if I got on there and was telling about how to create a reel and was talking, then, that could be longer. But I mean, if you're just posting like folding clothes, like people aren't going to watch it that long, or putting stuff into the dryer, washer, dryer, anything like that. So one of the biggest things about laundromat owners, and I have heard this hundreds of times, my demographic is not on social media. And one of my famous quotes from a podcast that I did, and people, a lot of the laundromats that I work with give me a hard time about this, but it is kind of funny. I said, if you think your demographic is not on social media, then you're wrong. And that's just, it's how it is. So the average age for Facebook, or not average age, but it goes all the way up to 64 years old. There's 2.91 billion people on Facebook every year, every month. And so by using the demographics and knowing who you're targeting, you're going to reach those people. So let's talk about a demographic for self-service. So most of the time, if you have a self-service laundromat, you're targeting people in like the lower income level. And so by using the demographics that Facebook has built in for you and targeting people by ads or boosting a post, you're actually reaching those people and can target them and get them to walk through your door. The same way for wash, dry, fold, it's usually the middle income range. And then you can also target like by zip codes, apartment complexes, everything like that. Instagram. So the average, Instagram's starting to get up there. 65 plus is starting to get on Instagram. 2 billion users. So if there's that many people using social media, I promise you there's that many people that you can get in front of and get them into your laundromat. All right, so here is a number example, and we're getting ready to talk about ads on social media, which is the other most important thing that you can be doing. But this was for a laundromat, and this was for 28 days. Now, this is running ads, spending money, and the paid reach that they got in 1 month was here, and then that was their Facebook reach, and then their Instagram reach. Does anyone have any questions about numbers? For those that do social media, raise your hand if you've ever logged into Meta Business Suite. I don't think so. So Facebook is no longer really called Facebook. It's called Meta Business Suite. And so like if Michael Davis were to log into his Start Distributing page, the numbers, and not go into Meta Business Suite, the numbers he would see are totally different than if you actually go into the back end to look at the numbers. That's one of the algorithm changes that they've made. Ads. All right, so besides Reels, ads is probably the next thing that you have to do. When social media started out, it was just, the algorithm was easier. There wasn't all of these changes, and now everything is different. Another fun fact about social media is that a lot of people talk about boosting posts, to boost a post. A boosted post is not an ad. You have to go into the back end of Meta Suite and actually run the ads. You can target more people. You have more opportunities. So if you're just boosting posts on your laundromat or whatever business that you own, you're actually costing yourself money whenever you could be making more money by running the correct type of ads. Does anyone have any questions about that? I know this is kind of complicated. I'm trying not to.
So is boosting not beneficial in any way?
Rarely, truthfully.
Was it beneficial? I see something like somebody started distributing that boosted, but I'm just hearing this.
Yes, well, and it's because in the back end you have so many more capabilities. There's an entire ads manager, another app that goes along with Facebook and Instagram where you can run your ads. Now, boosting works. It's going to show you that you get numbers, but social media and Facebook ads and stuff is actually turning into like a lot of like Google. Like they'll say, well, you should reach this many people and you'll spend this many dollars, but that doesn't necessarily mean. And back in in 2017, if you boosted a post, they would if it wasn't right or if it had too much wording on it or whatever, they actually wouldn't allow you to boost it. Now they're going to take your money and let you spend the money, but they're just not going to let people see it. So that's why it goes in to know what you're posting and having the algorithm correctly. Posting a bunch of with stuff with a bunch of text on it, I mean, that's just pointless. Like they're not even going to allow people to really see that.
What's your target demo for a laundromat?
Well, it depends on where you're located and what. So I have laundromats in. We're probably at 30, 40 states now, and so every state is different. Okay, let's like California, you know, there in LA, there's a laundromat every block. Like it's absurd how many laundromats that there are there. But like here, or in Tennessee or Kentucky, you know, you have a bigger radius of people that you can target. Like in California, when we're running ads, I mean, we don't go over 2 miles mostly if we're targeting people because that's the only people that's going to come into their store. Where if you're in Kentucky, especially where I live, there's one laundromat in the entire town, and it's a zombie mat, so people actually drive away. So like you can target people when there's that few competitors and stuff. You can target within like 30 miles. Now, if you're doing self-service, that's the lower demographic. You know, pickup and delivery, a lot of times you're targeting like doctors, lawyers, moms that are just super tired. And so you're running it based on like family interests and all of that stuff. Does that answer your question? All right, so how can social media benefit your laundry? For one, it's going to get you more customers. Most of the time, how many hours a day do people spend with their phone in front of their face? So if they're in your area and in your zip code and can actually be a customer, then we can target them, or you can target them for your laundromat and actually get them to walk through the door if it's self-service. For pickup and delivery, you can push ads that they click onto your website and then they automatically sign up, and we can track all of that. And also for wash, dry, fold. Oh, wait. Sorry. I get nervous, so I have to remind myself of what. All right. So it's going to benefit your laundry by getting people in the door, whether it's self-service or wash, dry, fold, and then you can push it to get people to actually sign up for your pickup and delivery service. All right. Has anyone ever heard of the Laundromat Resource podcast? All right. All right. Thank you. All right, so Jordan Berry, he's out of Southern California. He has a Laundromat Resource podcast. It's lots of information. You actually should be on it, by the way. I will do. I can set it up. So this was my first podcast like a year and a half ago. The third one actually just came out yesterday, and I'm telling you guys this because this breaks it. Like I have 3 different episodes where I go into more detail. Like the last one was really about Reels and ad spend because it's changed so much. Does anyone have any questions?
Can you access your podcast like through Apple Podcasts?
Yes, Laundromat Resource, or you can go to laundromatresource.com, I think, and then go to podcasts, and it's there as well.
Charge for the service.
Which one?
Are there different price levels?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's most definitely different prices, especially for Reels. So you cannot get a Reel specialist to take less than $18 an hour from working at home. So that's pretty pricey. But like on average, the beginning packages go from like $400 a month until like $850 usually.
Month?
Yes.
A month?
Yes.
Wow.
And I mean, back in the day, you know, I would do packages for like $200, but with ad spend right now, because the cost of everything is going up. But you got to think if you're spending $600 a month and you're getting 10 new wash, dry, fold customers, then it's going to like balance itself out. Plus, you got to think about the self-service as well. Now, I have people that are doing pickup and delivery in like bigger cities spending thousands of dollars a month. Mm-hmm.
So to do a reel, like if you were going to do it for yourself, you would be like periodically throughout the week making these little mini movies and sending them to you?
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, sorry. To do a reel, the laundromat owner, we either can come in and film and get a lot of reels, or they send them to us and then we edit them. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That was before reels even existed, really.
But they were so great
Mm-hmm.
because they gave people like information on
Mm-hmm.
getting in and getting out.
Yes. Now, I have one true laundromat competitor for marketing in the U.S., and my $600 package he charges $2,500 for, and people pay for it all the time. Mm-hmm. Yep. Seems crazy, right? I know. But it works. I mean, you know, that's why we have over 100, different clients. So, does anyone have any other questions? All right. if you want a business card to contact me, you can just call and ask about like questions you have for your laundromat or anything like that. I don't mind to help out. But other than that, thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. Appreciate that. Thanks for coming. So she talks about reels, and I'm on social media personally and what have you, and I didn't even know what a reel was, but I do these little videos of me. I think they're kind of funny, me opening champagne sometimes, and all of a sudden the most I ever got of views were like 100 or 200 views of a video. When I did a reel, there's over 1,000 views, and just like that. I don't know who's the 1,000 people that are watching me open champagne, but evidently people are interested in it. And mine are a lot longer than that. They're a couple minutes because I just talk and whatever. But the reel does work. And again, I don't know who's watching them, but evidently somebody's out there watching those things. So next we have John Kelly from Setomatic is the name of the company. And we'll do that right after this. But anyway, we have a lot more door prizes to give. So we're going to bring John up, and he's going to give you a presentation on this product. This is a product, when people say, what would you do with your laundry and with your money? And I put my money where my mouth is. You can go see all 3 of my laundromats within an hour. And I have this product on all my machines. So it gives you good accountability. It gives you good tracking. If you don't have like a brand new laundry, like we showed you some of those videos earlier, where we're using the Speed Queen app payment system predominantly, you have an existing store with basically any type of machine, this system works. And I use it myself, so I can be a testimonial for you. But I usually take half of John's presentation, so I'm going to stop there and let him go ahead.
Well, you usually tell the interesting parts that I think are, oh yeah, that's really cool. I can't wait to talk about that.
Yeah, exactly.
But Michael, thank you as always for having us here. I recognize a lot of familiar faces, so I appreciate you guys sitting here for a few more minutes listening to me. So I'd like to begin by discussing the main reason to add Spider Wash is to maximize your revenue. No one's in this business to break even. We want to make as much money as possible and provide the best service for the customers as possible. And there are several ways that I'd like you to think about as I go through the features and benefits of the system, but several ways to really increase your bottom line by adding Spider Wash. And the first thing that I recommend doing by going from coin only or even for a new store when you add Spider Wash is to raise your vend prices. Michael had just shown Brian Wallace's video from the CLA, and that's one thing we talk about every year with the CLA is it's very hard in our industry compared to pretty much any other business out there. Brittany just mentioned it. Prices are going up, costs are going up, inflation. We're all spending a lot more money for pretty much every type of service we work with. So in our industry, it's always been very difficult to justify a price increase. Doing something drastic to the store, making a big change, like adding new equipment or adding Spider Wash or putting in new ceiling tiles, new lights, all of those things, making the store easily recognizably improved. That's a great time to raise your vend price. So the CLA says on average, if you were to raise your vend price on every machine by 25 cents, that typically adds about a 5% increase to your bottom line. So right there, without even taking advantage of any of the Spider Wash features or benefits, you're looking at a 5% increase right there. The second one is probably the most interesting thing that we see. And we get a lot of feedback from our customers. We have no access to your information, so I can't go into your store and see what you're actually doing. So we rely on feedback from our big store owners who do a good job, who use all the different functionality of the system. And the cycle modifier increases by going from coin only to credit debit and Apple Pay, Google Pay, Samsung Pay. That's another anywhere between 5% or 10% increase. And for what I'm referring to, I'm going to step away from the camera a little bit here. But you can see on this machine, the set vend price is $1.75. They have the deluxe cycle, the ultra cycle, and the option to add more or to charge more for warm water and hot water. So if we go up to the deluxe cycle, that adds a quarter. Ultra cycle, another quarter. That's 50 cents. And with eliminating the physical putting that quarter in and just giving the customer the ability to tap their card or insert their card or use their Apple Pay, they are substantially more likely to use those. And I always give the example of myself if I go to the grocery store. If I have a $5 bill in my pocket and I go there to buy a Gatorade, I'm walking out of there with one Gatorade. If I go there with my credit card or if I have my Apple Pay, That Gatorade turns into a candy bar, a bag of chips, pack of gum. Before you know it, I just spent $10. Like, how did this happen? So it's really psychology, thinking about how your customers think. Increasing customer loyalty, I'll be spending quite a bit of time talking on this, but there are several robust loyalty programs we offer. Increasing new customers. One thing that everyone that puts in Spider Wash tells us, hey, I just have 10 new customers this week or 20 new customers. And the reason for that is the convenience. Not having to use coins, go to the ATM to get cash to even start the process of getting coins. So the word of mouth travels fast. If you do a little marketing on Facebook or Instagram or any of the other social websites that have been discussed, that's going to draw new customers because you're offering something new to them, something unique in a lot of cases from your competitors. I don't know the exact number that Brian said in the video, but I think that he said that between 20 and 40% of laundromats are still coin only. So if you're in a market where you have no competitor offering a payment system, that gives you a big leg up. And that really leads into the last two bullet points here is a huge advantage. We're all busy, right? You don't want to be in your store more than you have to. Reducing your collection times. I'll show a case study here at the end, but the store that I'm going to be talking about later on, he's down to under 1/3 of his transactions being coins. And Michael pulled his data, and I think he was about 35% coin and 65% credit debit. So that takes out a ton of time collecting the coins. And finally here, especially in a market that is cash only, deterring your competitor or potential competitors from coming in. A lot of good operators in this show. You know, I'm guessing that a lot of people here are looking for new locations, and really in a lot of cases, you're not looking for an area that has no laundromats. You're looking for an area that has bad laundromats because you know you can come in and do well. The clientele is there, but they don't have a good alternative, and you can offer that. So now I'll go through the main benefits of the Spider Wash payment system. And what I think is probably the biggest unique feature for us is the system's fully customizable for each unique owner. You have the option of accepting all forms of payment. So you can do cash, credit debit, loyalty cards, Apple Pay, GPay, Samsung Pay. Depending on market, you may not want all that. You may want to remove coins and go credit card, debit card, mobile pay only. In other markets, you may like loyalty cards a lot. So you have the flexibility as the owner to turn off different payment options. And being in an industry that is really heavily focused on renters for customers, having that flexibility is very important if the demographics do change. Every couple of years, neighborhoods, you know, they get better. They build new construction. In some cases, neighborhoods get worse, and you may have new customers coming in. So you can really kind of tailor the system to your specific needs. The card readers are EMV certified. So this has been a big topic over the past couple of years, but EMV certification is the highest level of encryption and security on the actual card reader. That means you'll be able to take the contactless credit and debit cards, the chip insert, as well as NFC payments. NFC stands for Near Field Communication, and that refers to Apple Pay, Google Pay, and Samsung Pay. I mentioned before the robust loyalty programs, and a couple of unique things with us is you can run loyalty programs for your loyalty card customers and your credit, debit, mobile customers. So I'll explain how that works in a minute here. But a lot of people, myself included, you know, being in the millennial generation, I don't want to buy a loyalty card. I would like to use my own credit card that I use at CVS and Walgreens and 7-Eleven. So giving that option is really a big convenience factor for the customer. Then finally, the last couple bullet points here are more of the management side. So as the owner, if you have employees or you're running wash, dry, fold, you can set up Spider Wash cards for your attendants to start machines without having to use cash. You have access to our operator portal where you have a ton of data. You can give refunds, create specials. Everything is cloud-based. So I could log into a store right now in California and I could create a free wash program, or I could give a refund to, you know, the 10th customer of the day. You can do all that remotely. And one of the questions we get a lot is about the credit card processing fees. There's no getting around that. Every different merchant who takes a credit card, they have to pay a processing fee. But we have a way for you to recoup that, which is a convenience fee, where you can charge between 25 cents and $1 on top of their total they spend. So if I go to a store and I use my card, start 4 washers, my total's $10, you could charge a 25-cent convenience fee, and so I spent the $10, I'd be charged 10 and a quarter. So that's a good way to recoup that processing cost. And the final bullet point here is we're compatible with pretty much every make and model of washer and dryer. Our bread and butter is typically, we do a good mix of existing stores and new stores, but we can pretty much put a card reader on anything that has a coin drop on it. I mentioned NFC payments. So again, this refers to mobile pay via Apple, Google, and Samsung Pay. These are the apps that are preloaded on pretty much every smartphone up there. They're pretty universally accepted. So I personally, I never used Apple Pay one time until the pandemic, and now it's like, oh my God, this is great. So it's funny because it's sort of like I'm a laundromat customer in that sense. It's a learned behavior. You give the option, they use it a few times, and they start to love it. So I think yesterday I went to the gas station and to Subway and Starbucks, and I paid with Apple Pay 3 times. 3 years ago, I hadn't done that lifetime. So this is still something that I think is catching on more and more each year. A lot of people are still a little bit unsure of how it works or if they even have it, but we do see a little bit of growth each year on these transactions. And with the Apple GPay and Samsung Pay, as well as the credit cards and debit cards, you can do a free wash program for your customers. So again, a lot of people may not want to buy that loyalty card, but they still want a reason for going to your store versus choosing a competitor. So how this works, it's pretty cool. You can pick the number. Very popular one is buy 9 washes, get the 10th for free. And what makes it really cool is that the customer is automatically enrolled. They don't have to sign up for anything. They don't have to, do anything really. It's as easy as possible for them. So they walk into the store, they go to the card reader to start the machine, and they tap their credit card or insert their credit card. The card reader will say 9 washes to go. They go to this machine, tap their credit card, 8 washes to go. So it counts it down on the card reader for them to make it pretty much as clear as possible what's going on. And this is really just a great way to give the customer a reason to keep coming back. They pretty much, it's pretty thoughtless for them, but they say, hey, if I go back to Michael's store 2 more times, that wash is going to be free. So that is definitely a fan favorite. When I go to the shows and talk to laundromat owners who put spider wash in, probably 9 out of 10 say that's their favorite feature of the entire system. If you're in an area where you may expect a higher usage of loyalty cards, if it's a demographic that may not be as tech savvy to use their phone or may not have a credit card for any reason, the Spider Wash loyalty kiosk is also a great option. And with the loyalty cards, you can still do that free wash program, but you can also do a percentage bonus for adding value to the card. So you can say for every $20 they put on that loyalty card, they get a 25% bonus. We have one pretty big laundromat owner who has 13 stores with us, and his grand opening is 100% bonus. You put 20 on, you get 40. So you can really customize that to what you feel is best. And we have a kiosk back there behind Mark. So that is the exact same cabinet, but we came out with a new reader for it at the Clean Show. And it is a color display screen, a vastly improved user interface. It's very simple to use, dual language, so both English and Spanish. And basically, again, like the free wash program, making it easy, we wanted this thing to be as simple to use as possible. So they can add money to their card, or they can first buy the card there and then add value to it. They can register their card by scanning a QR code. And again, this is a great way to reduce the amount of cash, reduce the amount of collection time in the store. Basically, for our loyalty programs, we rely heavily on feedback from distributors and owners as to what they can do to create that customer loyalty. And our goal has really been to create a loyalty program solution for every type of customer. Tony might be a big Apple Pay user. Mark might love his debit card. Chuck may love his credit card. Michael may be a coin person. This way, we can all have a way to, be rewarded for staying loyal to that store versus going to a competitor. And based on the feedback we've gotten over the past couple of years, I've been a Spider Wash for 6 years, and I think that the free wash program was implemented about 7 years ago. So we've had a lot of feedback and a lot of input on this. And based on what our customers say and their customers tell them, we think we have the most convenient and comprehensive loyalty program system in the industry. Last couple things I want to touch on here is more of the back end reporting, remote management versus the first part of the presentation was the user interface. So the Spider Wash operator portal, that's accessible from any phone, tablet, or computer. The store I'm going to show you in the next slide, that is in New Hampshire. So I have the login info for them. I can pull up their data right now and show it to you because that was given to me. We can't access it on our own unless we have the login. So there are 15 different revenue reports. You can give refunds. If you are doing credit, debit, and coin, you can set up alerts to let you know when the coin boxes are filling up. You can give refunds directly from the portal. You can see the machine availability. So really, it's a great way to give you a little more peace of mind as an owner. Sorry? So if I say, Roger, machine number 4 didn't work. I put my money in, or I used my own credit card, didn't work. You would say, okay, John, let me take a look. You put in the last 4 of their credit card or their loyalty card number, and you'll see, oh, it 2 o'clock, machine number 4, we've had problems with that. There's a button that hits on the portal that just says refund. You press that. The refund usually takes about a day to process for the credit cards, but for the loyalty cards, it's instantaneous.
To get the loyalty refund, is the machine tracking that credit card or that Apple Pay, and that's how it's keeping track? That unique card to be able to...
Yeah, so it'll have the last 4 of their credit card saved there. Yep, so I would just give you my last 4 and you type that in and you would see all my transactions in that date range.
What if somebody else is tracking the whole card, right? It's just using the last...
It'll show XXXXX in the last 4.
And then the same with the kiosk with the...
That'll show the entire card number. Okay, so I just pull the card out. It's a unique... Yeah. 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 Right. So this is the case study I mentioned, and this store belongs to one of our employees in New Hampshire. He does our product development and testing, so anything we put out there, whether it's new hardware, software updates, new product features, reports, whatever it is, we test it in our test lab, and then it goes into Jeff's store for a year. The picture, if you can see it, this is not a great laundromat by any means. It's got a wide variety of equipment, ranging in age and quality. Some of that stuff is a little bit dated. I think it's since been replaced, but dirty looking carpet, pretty dim, but he added Spider Wash to this store in August 2016, and we did a 1-year tracking of it. So he accepts all forms of payments. He kept the coins, added the credit card, debit card, loyalty card, and mobile pay. He does not, one thing to note, he does not promote the loyalty cards very well. He wants just the credit card, make it easy. But he does, for the free wash program, what he calls the Lucky 13. You buy 12 washes, number 13 is free. And in 1 calendar year, from August 1st of 2016 to August 1st of 2017, he saw a 26% increase in top line revenue. And the most interesting part that I find here is the breakdown. So like I said, when I started, he's under 1/3 of the transactions in cash. Michael, I think yours actually lines up pretty similar to this, doesn't it?
I was going to tell it when we finished, but
yeah.
I'm 58, almost 60% of credit card versus cash. I mean, so 60% of my income is on credit cards.
Yeah, so and what this means to you, again, I'm sure we all value our time very much, so spending a little bit less time in the laundromat collecting and just having that money pretty much deposited right into your account, it's a big time saver. So any questions?
I have one.
Yeah.
Go back to where you had, you could charge up to $1 to recover the cost of
Yeah. The question is regarding the convenience fee of between 25 cents and $1.
Are you seeing that any use of that? Or? many people using that.
So the question is the usage of a number of people doing it. It's something that people were pretty hesitant to do early on, but I would say in the past couple of years, it's very much increasing. I don't have an exact number on it, but a lot of people are getting more comfortable. And for reference, a 25-cent convenience fee, that'll cover about half the processing cost. If you do 50 cents, in most cases, you're actually profiting on it. So I was at a store last year in Los Angeles in a neighborhood where I would not expect that to go over well, but he was doing a 50-cent convenience fee. He has 208 washers and dryers in this store. So he was telling me that he was making about 7 cents per transaction. So it's definitely catching on more and more. And Jeff, the guy who owns that store I just showed, he was always doing a 25-cent fee. He said he never got asked about it, and he'll be moving his up to 50 cents, due to the current economy.
Can you monitor, are there any way that you can tell actually how many people is using spider wash, and has that feature activated at all?
You mean like in a store or overall? No, we can't see, we don't have access to that data.
So you really say you don't know how many people is using spider wash, uses that?
Yeah, there'd be no way for us to find that out, unfortunately.
So does that happen on the spider wash end, or does that happen on the cantaloupe side? Because that's who we have.
Yeah.
Does it happen on your end?
Yeah.
So you go in on the portal and you can set that?
Yep. Or what I always recommend to make it easy for you, call our tech support and say, hey, Rob, turn on the 25 cents, and it can be turned on or off at any time. So I don't actually think we have a report for it. In the View All Transactions tab, you can see when it's applied, but
Monthly report.
on the
Transaction.
okay, on the Cantaloupe report,
So you did that, Tommy? That didn't work.
they're asking about the same thing. The convenience fee, how many people use it?
It's hard to explain to them, and it's hard for me to explain, is that one swipe charges them the same on a credit card as 3 swipes or 5 swipes.
It's
Mine's
a total,
not per
it's a
swipe.
total daily.
Yeah, it accumulates everything and only charges them one time $1.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
in the
that
store,
helps.
so
Okay.
I could do 3 washers, 3 dryers. It's only $1. And I don't know what a 3-hour window, 5-hour window.
4.
What
The Cantaloupe batches in 4 hours. So if someone came at 7 a.m. and then came back at 7 p.m., that would be a different transaction.
So I try to put that on a sign on each machine, but it's hard to explain in a little, one-line sentence how it's going to charge their card.
Do you get a lot of
That's the problem that I had?
Do you get a lot of people asking about it?
Not anymore.
Okay. Yeah, just out of curiosity, because Jeff, right? Because Jeff says he never even gets questioned on it, which I thought would be kind of surprising, but.
Cage City. I just sold mine 3 weeks ago, but that's where I'm at, Cage City, Kentucky.
He sold it. He's here looking for more.
Because we have spider wash.
Yeah.
But if we wanted to turn on the loyalty program for people that just use credit and debit cards, we have to set up that, or do we call you guys and you guys turn it on, or how does that work?
So the question is, to set up a loyalty program, do you have to go onto the computer or call us? And the answer is either. That's something you can do remotely on your own, or you can call us and we can just do it. Like I said, we want to make it easier for you, so most people just call us and have us do it, but it's pretty simple to do on the operator portal.
Well, she would have to buy the loyalty cards from you guys.
No, you can do the.
Yeah, if you wanted to, but you can do it without the loyalty.
Yeah, so the question is, can you do the free wash program without the loyalty cards? And the answer is yes. So for the credit and debit and mobile users.
But if you want the free one with the printing on it that you're going to give out, use as loyalty cards, like we purchased so many. We have programs with the school system.
Right.
So their family resource center, so they can give kids, families that need them. they've got our advertising on it.
Right. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much.
Oh, we have a door prize to give away. So those of you who are, we have a couple door prizes we'll give away right now. Those of you who want to know what these loyalty cards look like, I'll just give you one. This is for one of my stores. And if it has $1. So if you'd like to go out there and spend that $1, feel free. So you have it. I mean, you guys have these, yeah. So you know what they are. But anyway, that's what the cards look like. We have these, and we also have them in Columbia. So I have two laundries in Columbia. They're co-branded, so both that same card works in both laundries. So they go on either side of town and utilize it. We have a couple door prizes we'll give away real quick, and then we have Joy coming up with Google Optima. So we'll start off with a couple gift cards, and the first one. Lori Blatter. She was just here just a second ago. Is she outside? Okay. Well, we'll put it in her chair because I think that's where she was sitting. And that family's already won two things. That's for your wife. She won that gift card. And next is another gift card. Kay? Kay, there you go. I've known Kay a long time. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here and appreciate all your support. We'll go ahead and give away we'll give away two of these gift certificates for Star Distributing. These are $100 that you can use on anything you buy from us, whether it's service, parts, soap, what have you. I'll pull two names and we'll give away both back to back. And we'll have a $100 bill after that. Thad Medford. Thad, okay. He came in all the way from Dyersburg. Appreciate you coming. Yes, sir. Thank you. And the other one was Kelly Henderson. They left? Oh, boy. They just bought something, too. Yeah, let's see. Chris Che. I'll just give this to Kim. You owe us enough money. So, thanks, Chris. But seriously, that's yours, of course. These will go back in for the grand prize drawing, which we're getting very close to. So we have quite a few. You know what? Let's go ahead and give away a $100 bill since we have quite a few left to go. Max on. Max? His name's Max?
That's what he put on there.
Hey, Chris, tell Mr. On, Chris, Mr. On just lost a $100 bill since he left early. Well, Wahib, yeah, well, I don't know if he deserves this, but we'll give it to him anyway. Pleasure. Thanks for coming, Wahib. Well, you've been doing business with Wahib for a long time. He's come a long way as a customer, so we'll give you credit for that. Anyway, thank you for being here in all seriousness. What's that? Okay, well, we'll give those away. We're getting close to the end here. We have Joy coming up here next, and we're fine for now. I've introduced Kim. This is Kim Gilbert. I think you all know Kim. So if you owe us any money, she's the one who you need to contact. Anyway, luckily we don't have any really past due people, except for my good friend in South Carolina. He's always our slowest payer. Joy is going to come up from Google Optima AMP Marketing, and what they do is they organize your business online so it shows up well in the search engines. So I'll tell you just a quick story of how we found Joy, or how we found Joy's company, or how they found me. So I have a laundromat in Columbia. It's called Northway Coin Laundry. And when I first bought it, it was a really rundown, decrepit place doing $500 a week. I bought it for $80,000 just for the infrastructure, basically. One of her representatives came by that laundry and she said, hey, you need some advertising. You need to be on Google, and you're not on Google because your laundry doesn't show up. So I Googled Northway Coin Laundry, and it came up as a clown. A clown would be all over Columbia, Tennessee, taking pictures of himself and putting it on Northway Coin Laundry. So he had my domain. I didn't even know it. So they went and claimed on my domain because it was really mine. And now we made it a laundry, domain versus this clown. I don't know why the clown decided to take it. I guess just because it was available. But That lady came up and she came up to my office and she had no idea I had anything more than one laundry. And so she started talking to me about what she could do. And I get all kinds of these type of calls, every week because I own 6 different companies and people are always trying to sell you something. But this actually made sense. And so I started talking. I said, well, yeah, I want to try this for my own laundry. It was very successful. So we added it to the other 2 that I had. And then we said, hey, you know what? We have these presentations twice a year. We'd like you to come up and start telling our customers about it. So now we offer it to any new store we build. We just throw it into the package because some people would spend $700,000 on a new location and they wouldn't do anything for marketing. So some of the people we've been doing business with recently that bought from competitors, when we know they have other laundries, we look their laundry up online and they spend $1 million or $500,000 to $700,000 and they don't even exist online. And they don't want to spend this little bit of extra money to give them the presence online that you need to have in this day and age. For those who don't know, a lot of our business is supported by renters. Renters move 25%. 25% of renters move every year. So every year, basically, every 4 years, you have a whole new clientele coming into your market. And that way they find the businesses that they want to use when they go is on their phone. And if you don't exist, even though you spent all this money to put this location in, if people can't find you online, you're never going to build the business to where you really want it to be. So I said a lot, but I'm going to let Joy go ahead and start her presentation. But this is a very unnecessary thing. If you're in this business, you need to have this product. And we fully support it and have it for all of our. Oh, then after that, because she was coming to our presentations, the Coin Laundry Association, which comes now and then to these things, found out, talked to her company, and I'll let you kind of explain how that kind of transpired. But now they go national, all because that one laundry, that one lady drove by my laundry in Columbia, Tennessee, and she thought she was coming to sell me one product, and now, I don't know how many thousands probably.
Yeah, it's well in the thousands.
It all started right here. Anyway, Joy, thank you for being here.
And we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Joy Collins, and I'm going to talk to you about making your business findable, credible, and professional online. If you've, especially like Mike was saying, when you spend all this money on equipment and a building and making it look nice, you need to show that to the public. So we help you do that. I'm going to talk to you about 2 different products. I think the third product is mentioned at the end. It's video, but our company has 4 products that we sell, and I'm going to talk to you about the 2 really important ones for your laundromats. As a company, we're the largest Google trusted agency in North America. We're designated the 2019 Grow with Google High Impact Partner, which is a really prestigious award through Google. 2020 Google featured partner for listings presence management. And there was only 71 worldwide. There's 20 in the United States. And then we've been in business for 25 years, no debt, and we try always to over deliver and under promise everything that we can with our customers. So what is the Google Street View Trusted Program? This is the first product that I want to talk to you about. It is a virtual tour. It's all imagery. It's a virtual tour where they start 25 to 30 feet outside of the facility. They take another panoramic image at the door, one inside, and then it's every 6 to 8 adult strides. So it's based off the number of panoramic images needed that are spliced together and then put onto Google Maps and your Google profile by our company and uploaded there and then emailed to you, and you own them. So you can use them in any print, on any billboards. You get them in different types of files, the vector files and JPEG and things like that. So it's a one and done. This you don't have to do again. You should if you get new equipment. I know Mike will update his whenever he gets all the new laundry machines and or vending machines and different things in there. So you want to update it, but you don't have to. It's a one and done, and there's not a monthly fee or anything that you have to pay for that. So it's really important. And with that comes 10 to 15 still images that are uploaded also, and you can use those. You want to use those on Facebook and on your website, anywhere else that you can put photography, because Google, every picture is given a meta tag, and it's kind of scary, but they know where pictures are placed, where you're putting them, and that it's the same one. So this kind of helps with that consistency online. Google trusts it more because it's a Google product. This is just showing where it goes, where that virtual tour and the photos go on your profile. and how it's mobile friendly as well. So these are just a few things from Google specifically. Businesses that add photos to their listings receive 42 more requests for driving directions on Google Maps and 35% more clicks through to the website. It builds trust, high quality imagery, builds trust and inspires confidence. And then business listings with photos and a virtual tour are twice as likely to get the interest. Even if the other business is above yours on a search result, if you don't have any imagery, they'll go to the next one for sure. So this is just a couple of examples of some of the still photography we can do. The photographer will work with you on what exactly you want photographed if you want to, but we go to a lot of unattended laundromats. So they'll do pictures of the outside, or if you have wrapped vehicles, because I know some of them do the delivery and pickup services, or employee photos, like a group picture, they'll do whatever you want them to do. This is a picture of the email that you'll receive after the virtual tour is completed and the pictures, and you want to download it. This only lasts for 24 to 48 hours. If you don't get it in that amount of time, then you just call me and I have them regenerate another one. It's for your protection, but you want to download them and put them on a hard drive so you have them to use with whatever you want. This is an example of the number of views, and this has shocked me since I started doing these with Star Distributing about the number of views that laundromats get. But I mean, it makes sense if you think about people are worried about safety and the lighting and if there's vending machines or a play area for children or things in them. So this one had 15,228 views in a year. I don't know about you guys, but that's pretty shocking to me that a laundromat has that many views, because for it to count as a view, they have to step in twice, click the arrows twice. So it's not just showing up on their screen. This one is 98,630 in 25 months. And then there's 37,450. That's in a couple years. And the more you place those places like on Facebook, people, whether they are even planning on going there or not, they're going to play with it because it's interesting and something different. And that, just them playing with it, it's the only Google product that when it's placed to other places and people are walking through the tour, that's affecting your Google SEO, which is search engine optimization. So you want to exploit that everywhere that you can. We have different packages, and there are some bigger packages. The largest laundromat that I've done has been a 1450. Like I said, it's based off the number of panos. They're usually the bottom two. And like I said, that's a one and done, and it's per location. So now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the second product, which to me is the most important thing that I do at AMP. I look at the virtual tour as an excite type thing, and this is expand. So this is going to bring in more money for your business, and it's going to make you more findable, credible, professional. When people are looking up different terms, or for Speed Queen, they specifically want a certain brand, or really anything that they would look up that dealt with a laundromat, you want to come up under those terms and phrases. So we go across all of the search engines that Google deems credible and make sure that all of your, what they call NAP data, which is name, address, phone number, hours of operation, that it is perfectly consistent. Down to road spelled out on one, if you have road spelled out on one and RD period on another, that's going to take points off of the algorithm for Google. So you will come back less in search results. So you want all of that information consistent. And if it changes, if your hours change or anything, you just send an email, text, or call your person in the office, and they will change it across the board on everything for you at once. So we go through and make sure that all of those are claimed. This is what Mike was referring to about the clown. A lot of businesses are not claimed. You have to claim them, and that's attached to a password where nobody else could get it. And I've seen businesses that whenever somebody sold 3 or 4 liquor stores to different people, and they were at one time owned to the same person, they're each going and getting the other's business, and then they can't get into it, so they have to start over. And Google listings are important because of all those reviews. It's a lot of work, so you want to keep that where people can't just take that over. So this is talking about organic listings versus paid advertising. The organic listings get a lot more click through anyway, just because we're trained that if it says ad next to it, we skip over it most of the time anyway, and a lot of times don't even realize it anymore. But these are getting more views anyway and more click throughs, so you want to make sure that you're coming up in this area. This is showing you the critical space. Up there's the paid, and it says ad next to it. There's another example of where that critical space is and what you want it to look like. This is showing the difference in the percentage. If you're coming in first, second, third for the percentage of how often it's clicked, it's a really big difference. And this is when I always mention where you hide a dead body is on the second page of Google. So you want to be on the front as high as you can in that. And this is just some more stats from Google. That complete business profiles drive direct connections, 2.7 times more likely to be considered reputable, 70% more likely to attract location visits, 50% more likely to lead to a purchase. So we professionally verify and fully enhance all your listings on Google, like I said, with the NAP data, name, address, phone number, hours of operation, years in business, your logo, the pictures. And if you don't do the virtual tour, you can send in pictures, but never, ever, ever use stock imagery for a long time. Now, if somebody's building, whenever we do one prior to them opening, we'll use some stock images just because that helps to have something, an image of some sort and some nicer imagery. But as soon as you can either send in some real pictures of that location or we do the Google Street View and take other pictures, we'll put that on there because that's unique to that business and that location. But we'll also clean up because I'm sure you've seen where somebody has 2 or 3 listings for the same location. They're auto-populating or a customer couldn't find the other one, so they create one. We make sure to keep that at 1 because when you have 2 or 3, that also is depleting you coming back in search results because Google doesn't know to trust the business because there's multiple listings for the same business. And then you have a dedicated account manager that if she doesn't hear from you every 4 to 6 weeks, she will give you a call. They'll call and leave you a voicemail. Just call them back because they really just want to add new information. They get paid off the renewals, and we have a 92% renewal rate, which is really high. But the only way they can change things or add things is if they talk to you. So it's really important that you call them back. They don't take up as much time at all. These are the 5 factors the way that Google ranks. So authenticity and accuracy, uniqueness of content, that's where the virtual tour comes in. Freshness of content, that's why those touch point calls are really important. Credible backlinks, we give you a freestanding URL that is we call it a testimonial page. It is a website. It's a www. It's a very basic templated website, but it definitely, you don't want like Facebook as your website. When you click on your website button on your profiles, I see that all the time where it goes straight to their Facebook page, and that's hurting you because that's a search engine, not a website, and that's what it's wanting as a website. And then consistency of the NAP data, which I was talking about across all the search engines. And a lot of people don't realize that depending on what apparatus someone is using, if I'm using an iPhone and I'm asking Siri something, that's only looking at Yelp and Apple Maps. That's never touching Google. If I'm talking to Alexa at home, that's only going through Bing. So you want to make sure no matter what apparatus someone's using, where they're using it from, that you're coming up and that when you come up, you look credible and professional. This is a before and after Optimum Laundromats, Troy, Tennessee, when you just put in just that general search. This is what happened until we helped him with getting it all fixed. And here's another. It wasn't in the organic searches that we talked about, and then it's number 1. This is another really important thing that a lot of, especially the unattended laundromats, it seems like in the past they haven't really worked on getting reviews, or just because they're not there, whatever the reason may be. It's really important to have reviews. That's a part of ranking with Google. It also makes you feel really good when people are saying good things about your business online. So you really want to try and get those reviews. And a lot of times all you have to do is ask. People want to help and be nice. They don't think about it on their own. But we give you the materials to ask, or you can make posters of them and put it up in your laundromats. However you're going to do it, you just need to get some reviews. And even if it's your employees, you should have them all leave a review. There's nothing wrong with them leaving reviews. It'll help you get other employees. They just need to be honest in the review. And don't have a bunch of people from the same computer going on and leaving reviews because then they're going to take them down. It's coming from the same IP address and Google can track it. So make sure that you're not doing that because that hurts you. So this is telling the difference in star ratings and the extra money that you bring in, which to me that's pretty amazing. But it's true. Whenever you're going to eat, I mean, I look at reviews a lot. So the other thing is Yelp is the #1 review site in the world. And most times when I say that, somebody is thinking, no way, Google's everything. And it's not. Google is the main search engine for about 80% of search results, but Yelp is the #1 review site. And it used to be just restaurants is what I remember it being about 5-10 years ago. And now it's everything. Every type of business is on there. So you really want to get some Yelp reviews. So we do give you materials to help you start to generate those. These are the sites that we're pulling reviews from. So like I said, we're managing and posting new information to those 8, but we pull reviews from all of these different sites. TripAdvisor is a really important one for laundromat for people that are traveling. And it costs money to be on TripAdvisor, but it comes with Optima, so that's a good thing. This is the alerts that you'll get. So if you get a 3-star or below of a review, you'll get it in real time in your email, whatever email that you say you want to get your reviews to. And then once a week, you'll get an email that has all your 4- and 5-star reviews with a portal that makes it really easy to respond. You can also customize your response there, but there are templated responses that are easy to click, and that also is considered new current content from Google. So that's helping your rating too. This is the example of what that portal looks like. So it's got the drop downs where it makes it really simple. These are the tools that we give you to be able to increase your number of reviews online. This is a recommendation card. They're 5x8 card stock that we give you 100 of them. You get them in a manila envelope in the mail after you sign up. And then we also give you a PDF in your email that you can get them printed. It's a lot cheaper to do that than call and have us do print extra. You get them 100 every year though, but you'll probably need more than that, or you should want to, because that means you're getting more reviews. And then the other one is the digital link, so you can email it. You'll have a digital link that goes straight there where they can choose Yelp, Google. And the other thing I really like about it is that it has on the testimonial page where this one says submitted on this site. That's for people that either they don't have a Google or a Yelp account. They can't leave reviews. You can't leave a review there if you don't have an account. But some people just don't want to leave it under their account. So they can still leave you a review and leave it directly on your site rather than on Google or Yelp. And then it still is pulled to that area. And we only pull the 4 and 5 stars. So this is just talking about the features of it. It's mobile ready, which also has to do with rank. As of it was in 2013. Now, if any website is not mobile friendly, it is suppressed. So you got to make sure that that's the case. So I know you've been on a phone where you're like trying to get to the other side and you can't get to that on a phone because it's not mobile friendly. But it also comes with lead capture technology, which means if somebody asks a question, if they've got a comforter that they want to know if you have a certain size washing machine or something to be able to do that, you get that question in real time and whoever's getting those emails can respond. Let's see where they're going to show us there. Here's the lead capture. So this is just a question that they got. I'm not currently a customer, but wish to come use the facility this week. What is the cost of using the machines? Thank you so much. So you'll get that in real time. That's when they leave you. There's a contact place on your testimonial page. So the support team, we collect, standardize, and proof your foundational business information on all those search engines. We are going to aggregate all of your 4 and 5 star reviews, alert you with any negative reviews, pull all of those reviews to one location that is on your website tab, on your Google listing, your Yelp listing, your Bing listing, TripAdvisor, etc. Make sure that you're pinned right on Google and Apple Maps. And it's really easy to do. We just sign you up. You'll talk to me after this, or I'll leave my information and we can get you signed up. But then the social piece of this, now this is not like Brittany was talking about with doing posting on Instagram and things like that. That's important too. That's not what we're doing. We're making sure that Facebook is considered a search engine by the whole web. So we make sure that your Facebook information is perfectly consistent with all of the search engines, and that those keywords that we're using, whether it's Speed Queen equipment, vending, children's play area, multi-language machines, whatever it is, that it's on Facebook too consistently, and your hours are correct there. And then this comes with 8 posts. A lot of people save these posts for when they're looking for to hire someone, or like for a driver that has a CDL, if you need that, or different things. They just specify these maybe for holidays, certain things, because there's only 8 of them. But we do them on Facebook and then on Google Posts, and then they come across the header of your website. So that's the social piece to it. That's an example of one of the Facebook posts. And each one can have up to 4 images on the posts. Desktop versus mobile. So the 3 components of Optima is your rich content website, your Google listing, your Facebook business page. If you don't already have a Facebook business page, then we create one for you. If you have one, we just make everything consistent with, and put those pictures, if you're doing the Google Street View, we want to put those across there too. And it is a do-it-for-you program. You don't have to do anything except answer the phone whenever we call. So listings presence management on the 8 sites, reputation management, customizable. And when they say customizable, I really want to iterate the fact that it is not like fully customizable, because it's a templated, but it can be customized for your logo, your photos, your color scheme, that type of a thing. But it's a basic website. And then the social piece that I was telling you about. We also do, this is going to talk about Platinum, which is a bigger Optima program that comes with now that is a very customizable website. And then this is the premium. These are the add-ons. Video is the other thing that we do now that YouTube owns, or Google owns YouTube. If you're looking things up, you'll probably start to notice that a lot of videos are coming up in search results, more so now than they ever have, and that's why we're doing that. There's also a tab underneath on your, if you go to your listing and you're looking at Street View, there'll be a video tab if you want to add that, and you can put your own videos. So we do like a story behind the business type video, and then a by product video. Like if you're doing wash, dry, and fold, you can do a video just about that. I've had Loads of Clothes in Donaldson and Hermitage. He did one in Spanish and one in English on how to use the machines. So different ways you can use it, the videos. And then we put those on your website and put them on your Google listing and use them as a post on Facebook, and give them to Brittany and let her do her thing with them too. So this is just talking about the views of a video. And these are ones that are actually watched all the way through, is the only way these are counted. So there's a lot that they start them and they don't finish them. And there's 70 in summer. So that's just explaining the different types that I was just talking about, the who we are, and then there's different bundles. And that's what I got for you. So I'll be here if y'all have any questions. I'll be glad to answer anything now, or you can meet with me after.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes, I think Joy in this program has done more for my businesses than any of these other programs just single-handedly. I really appreciate what they do. We'll have Mark, I guess, come up next, and Chuck, we'll get you last but not least. We're not done yet, Chuck. We're not done yet. We were down in Chattanooga, and I said, I looked over at Mickey, he left for his cruise already, and I said, Mickey, are we done? And he says, yeah, he goes, yeah, we're done, but I forgot we had 2 more short presentations at the end, and Chuck was one of them. He won't let me down, and won't let me forget that. I don't think I'll ever be able to forget that. Anyway, Mark's with Vendrite, and let me move this TV out of the way. And this is his product behind his television here, which when we first started selling these vision vendors, I'll tell you a quick little story about that. When we first started selling these vision vendors, I put it in a laundry in South Nashville. And the customer, right after I put it in, about a month or 2 after, Grady was his name, I said, Grady, how's that vision vendor doing? He goes, oh, they're not doing any business. I wish you wouldn't have sold this thing to me. So we started putting them on all our quotes, and we took them off. We're like, God, this is never going to work. About 6 months later, I ran into Grady, and I said, Grady, thank you for telling me that vision vendor thing didn't work. And, we take, he goes, oh, it's already paid for itself. I'm like, oh, it went from not working at all in 6 months to paying for itself. So we started putting them back on our quotes. And some of our customers here, how many do you have, Chris? 15 or? Yeah. 15. So one of our customers, he started putting them in, and I could tell if he kept buying them, they must be working, because they have 15 laundromats scattered around here in Nashville. I have a bunch in mine as well. I've got 2 or 3 in each store. But I'll let Mark tell you a little bit about Vendrite. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you coming down.
Appreciate the invite. It's always nice to be here. It's the first time I've been here. I've been with Vendrite for 24 years. Historically, I've been kind of out to Colorado, over to New York, and kind of everything north of the Mason-Dixie. And I've kind of picked up different accounts along the way, and Star is one of those, and we kind of fill it in with myself and Vince. Little history about Vendrite. I don't know if everybody knows who Vendrite is, or what we do, or how we do it, but we started making soap vendors for the laundry industry in 1956, and we made specific vending machines starting with quote-unquote Tide vendor, 1958, and we've gotten into a lot of different types of vending with Vendrite. We have 6 different soap vending machines. We have a bag vending machine, 3 large capacity glass front vending machines, a large glass front vending machine that can either be cooled with coolant, or it doesn't have to have a coolant in it, meaning you can sell candy, snack, and drink out of one machine, soap, bleach, and softeners out of the other machine. We have 4 different size drop-off laundry bags specific to your needs. We are the master distributor of OxyClean and CoinVend and a handful of other products that they have. And we are the master distributor for the Hinkle brand of soap, bleach, and softeners. If you don't know who Hinkle is, or if you haven't heard of Hinkle, one of Hinkle's products is Persil, which I'm sure you've heard of. They are the largest soap manufacturer in Europe, and I believe it might even be in the world, even larger than Procter & Gamble. We also have bulk vending products for your drop-off laundry. So 30-pound OxyClean, 30-pound chlorine bleach. So there's a lot of different things that we can provide to you. We also have signage. I kind of refer to signage as your 24-hour lawyer. It's not that everybody's going to read it, right? But it's there. Don't put your kids in the laundry carts. Don't put your kids in the dryers, right? Like, why would anybody want to do that, right? But the bottom line is, if you've got it in your store and people choose to do those things, you're protecting yourself. And that's really all you want to do, is to protect yourself. Can you get to the next slide? There we go. So since we got into this business, we were normally a single-use vending machine. And originally, our single-use vending machines were all mechanical, meaning coin slides or had a drop coin mechanism with a pull rod. And we then kind of got into the electronic end, knowing that the card system was becoming a valid way of conducting business. And that was 20 years ago. We introduced the first electronic vendor that had the ability to put a card system on it. And that used to come in a 8-column and a 12-column machine, and we now have it available in 4, 8, and 12 columns. The reason for the 4, 8, and 12 column is we became modular. So now we have a 4-column machine that you can add an additional 4 columns to, or add another 4 columns to make it 12 columns. Another reason we went to the 4-column electronic machine, it's really nice in a route area. If you've got a route business or someone in a, let's say, in a hotel motel, where a lot of hotel motels are starting to move toward card, right? Credit card. So that option is available to them. Recently, our manual or coin slide driven machines were only available in V5s, and that a V8 was an upcharge. So now our 2, 3, 4, and 8 column coin slide driven machines come standard with a V8 coin slide, meaning you have a maximum vend price of $2. Next slide. There we go. Thank you. We have guards and bases for all of our machines. The one thing that is important is making sure that your soap vendor meets ADA regulations, and all of our bases are the height they need to be to make whatever vendor they go on fit within ADA regulations. The larger 4, 8, and 12 column electronic machine, the guard is more like a storm door where it opens up, okay, or a screen door. And on the 2, 3, and 4 column manual machines, it's a strapping system where you can buy 1, 2, or 3 straps to put on the front of your machine. And next slide. So our coin vend, go back one, there we go. Back in the, I would say it was probably the early 2000s, we got into coin vend products. And I refer to the coin line that we have as the second tier brand of products. And it doesn't bother me at all saying that it's the second tier brand of products. Second to the Procter & Gamble. I think we all are aware of the price increases that are going on today. Brian Wallace, a lot of people talk about you got to increase your prices. You got to increase your prices. And what's nice about our brand of products is I believe that they are a brand of product that you can make more money off of. And people say, Mark, I can't take Tide out. I can't do that. Like, it's 70% of my sales. And I think that if you think about the clientele that uses CoinVend, and you look at how it's changed over the years, when I first got in this industry, 80% of the people that walked into a coin laundry bought CoinVend. It was just the way it was in the late 90s. And since then, I think that the percentages have almost flip-flopped, where 80% of the people are bringing in their own detergent, 20% are buying CoinVend, or people have started a drop-off or bought a vending machine or have an area located in their store to sell over the counter. And if you can make more money off of your coin vend, right? The people that buy coin vend, there's 3 different basic people that buy coin vend. The first is someone who brings their own detergent in, does 5 or 6 loads of wash, right? They're bringing in their detergent that they are comfortable with. Historically, it's not Tide, Gain. It's the second tier, third tier brand of products. It's Arm & Hammer, it's Extra. Just go through your garbage, okay? And you'll understand the type of products that your customers are bringing in. And they do 4 loads and they run out of detergent. They got to run over to the machine and buy 1 or 2 boxes of detergent to finish their 5 or 6 loads of laundry. The second type of person that buys coin vend is someone passing through town, vacation. Maybe it's homeless coming in to do 1 load of wash, and they want to get in and out, and they'll buy whatever's in the vendor. The third demographic is pretty much the largest. It's your 18 to 24-year-old red-blooded American male who, for the most part, could care less about how they're doing their laundry. They have picked your laundromat because it's the closest, cleanest laundromat that they feel comfortable in, and they're going to get their laundry done, and it doesn't matter how they're going to do it, okay? So those are the 3 types of people that buy coin vend. If anybody's interested in trying to see if second-tier brands can compete with what you currently have, I'd be happy to talk to you about it, and I've done it with different people across the country. Bag vendor, I tell you, this is something it's unbelievable. When I first came to Vendor 8 years ago, I'm like, really? Like, people are gonna, they're gonna buy a bag and put their laundry in it? Like, I don't get it. And when I went to college or when I moved out of the house, the first thing my mother gave me was a basket, and the basket was used for your dirty clothes. Well, the people that go to a coin laundry normally come in with a hefty bag, right? Or a bag of some sort, and they dump the bag out. Maybe they separate it based on the types of clothing that they have, throw it in the washer and dryer, dry it, fold it. Well, they're not going to fold it and put it back in the dirty bag. They're going to buy a new one. They're going to buy a new bag. That bag becomes the hamper. They go home, take the clothes out of the clean bag, and the bag becomes a hamper, and they come back next week with that bag, or 2 weeks later, and they're going to buy a new one. And so we have a standalone bag vending machine, and the bags can also be incorporated in the soap vendor machines. Our vision vendor, like Mike was saying, it takes about 2.5 to 3 months for it to really kind of pick up some steam in your store. And if you think about that, the reason for that is, you're not seeing your customer every single week, right? Your customer base has a timetable of coming into your laundromat. And number one, if that customer base already has, a 2-gallon jug of their detergent, they're not going to buy anything in there until they're done with their 2-gallon jug, right? So I always tell people, give it 2-3 months. People need to understand what you're vending out of that machine, and you have what they want in that machine. The machine is completely configurable to any way that you want, and it can be reconfigured at any time. For example, during the pandemic, 30-ounce bottle of Clorox, couldn't get it, right? And all of a sudden, 11-ounce bottle of Clorox popped up, right? So if you needed to change that within your machine, you had the ability to do that. Procter & Gamble changed their 25-ounce Tide from a smaller cap to a larger cap, okay? And we were getting phone calls saying, why doesn't my 25-ounce Tide fit anymore? Well, they had changed the size, and because of that, that customer needed to raise their trays to make room for the product. Question that always asked of me is, Mark, I don't sell over the counter. What do I put in the machine? I just don't know what to put in the machine, right? And I always tell people, go through your garbage. Understand what people are bringing in, because you don't necessarily want to change their habit. You just want to change their habit on where they buy it, okay? And once people identify what their people are bringing in, then they source those products locally or even today nationally, right? There's a lot of people that sell this stuff nationally. So it works with payment systems. So John's payment system, Spider Wash, can be slapped on this machine and work with this machine. It has the ability to go with coin, bill, or a card system. It could be card only. So it has that versatility. It has an accounting feature built into it. It's not the type of accounting feature that is app-based. So it's not like you can get the information off your phone. It's information you can get on the machine, at the machine, okay? And it can show you total sales and individual sales of each selection number. This picture here is our ES Combo. It's slowly becoming a very popular machine to put into stores. One side is selling candy, snack, and drink. The other side, soap, bleach, softener. If you think about it, a lot of the laundromats would rent or lease a pop machine, and they would only get a percentage of those profits that came out of that machine. And there's a lot of people that understood the value of purchasing a vendor that sold a candy, snack, and drink machine. So you've taken your footprint of 3 machines and taken it down to 1, and now you have basically a vending center within your laundromat, okay? One keypad runs both machines. There's a CAD5 cable that you hook up to the back of the machine so that both machines can communicate with each other. The machine on the right can vend up to a 30-ounce bottle. The machine on the left can vend up to a 75-ounce bottle. Not everybody's going to vend a 75-ounce bottle, right? But I do have customers that do that, okay? Return on investment varies. I have people in high volume stores that have paid for this in under 6 months. And I have stores that have taken about 15 to 17 months to pay for it. On average, you're looking at 12 to 14 months that you're going to get your return on this particular machine, okay? The first machine that we introduced to the industry was let me just go back here real quick. The machine on the right, this was the first machine we kind of introduced to the industry, and it was just a soap vendor, and we had so much traction on it that people said, hey, give me a candy, snack, and drink. I want it with a compressor. And then it went to, you know what, I want a candy, snack, and drink machine, and I want a soap, bleach, and softener machine. And then it went to this machine, which is next in the next slide, where, hey, I just want to sell larger soap, bleach, and softeners. And this is the machine that can vend up to a 75-ounce bottle. So it's kind of morphed into 2 or 3 different machines based on what we heard in the industry. And that was basically, all that information was acquired through clean shows, right? Where we have as a manufacturer and at shows like this, we have the ability to talk to the end user. A lot of times we don't have that ability, right? And that's the buzz that we kept getting was, give me a bigger machine. I know I can sell this stuff. I certainly sell it over the counter, and God knows what my leakage is there, right? A lot of times people would sell, Mark, I don't get it. Like, I'm selling less product and I'm making more money. How is that? And it's a difficult question to answer when, you might have family working in the laundromat, right? But it's really a function of, I'm sorry, but you now have a control mechanism, and that product has the ability to be managed versus before, okay? Next slide is the bulk vending products. That's what I refer to as bulk vending products. I told you that we're the master distributor for some OxyClean items and for all paquettes. OxyClean spray, the gel OxyClean, which is kind of something that you would normally rub on onto a stain. Arm & Hammer dryer sheets in the 20 count. They're basically can fit in all of these products can fit in our Vision vendor. Okay. The Almighty Pack is basically, I know that, the pods aren't the greatest thing. Some people like the pods. Some people don't like the pods in their laundromat, right? Right. And that's the problem, right? And we have a sign, if you need it, that can let them know how to use it, okay? But these are just some of the bulk vending products. We also have some miscellaneous products in the next slide. Again, not that everybody's going to read it, but we have the red round sticker that tells them how much detergent they should use in each washing machine. Third cup, quarter cup, and half cup. They can stick right on the front of the vendor. The Dissolve All and the Twice as Fresh bleach and the OxyClean come in 30-pound boxes. Toss and Soft dryer sheets, great for wash, dry, fold. 500 dryer sheets to a box. The Twice as Fresh and the Fab paquettes probably aren't big for you guys, but it's a nice item for us in the hotel motel business, and we actually market it into the prison systems. And then washer identification numbers. A lot of times you'll number your washers and dryers, right? So that you can let your service people know, hey, do me a favor, washer number 35 isn't working and dryer number 54 isn't working. And that way they have the ability to check out those washers and dryers in your store. Okay, and the next slide. Our coin laundry signs. We have a plethora of signs that you can pick from, okay? You can go to our website and look at them to determine which ones might be useful in your laundromat. Like I've said before, it's kind of a 24-hour lawyer. You can make them yourself, right? I know a lot of people that do that, but I think the more consistent you are in your laundromat, right? The more branded you are in your laundromat, the better off it is, in my opinion. And last but not least, on the last slide, we have a drop-off laundry kit specific to, it's just generically, if you haven't run a drop-off laundry business before, how to run a drop-off laundry business. We have specific bags. Drop your laundry off, do your laundry in 4 minutes. 2 minutes to drop it off, 2 minutes to pick it up, okay? And we have signage that basically promotes that. You can put it in your window. So now you've branded your drop-off laundry products in your store. So that's basically what I have to offer at Venrite. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir. Sure.
Isn't that a long way to drop one of those heavier bottles on one of the van things?
It's actually an elevator. So there's an elevator at the very bottom of the machine, and an elevator will come up and retrieve the product. Okay, and I can show it to you. I don't know. Maybe I can just do it right now.
got some quarters.
I just put it on free vent. So there's an elevator that goes up and down, okay? Every time you open the door and close the door, the machine goes through a diagnostics. So it checks to make sure all the trays are pushed in, that the elevator band on the elevator is functioning properly. So if I wanted that bottle of Suavitel, I would just type in 14 and elevator will come up. There are sensors in the elevator that identify when a product is pushed into the elevator and it stops pushing the motor. It'll then bring it down to the delivery area, push it into the delivery area, and you got your bottle.
The coin on there, if you put one of the spiders on there, does it disable the coin or they can use both?
You can use both.
And then the service, you guys obviously service stuff.
So, yeah, we have the ability to service. We have an in-house service program at Venrite. However, if there gets to the point where something happens, we might need Star's help. I'm sure that they can help us out. And our service department assists their service department. I would say that 95% of the issues can be handled over the phone. Depends on how hands-on you are, right? I'm not the most hands-on individual, and I've done okay working on these. You don't have to be, a rocket science to figure out how to work on these, okay?
On the electronics, is it 18-month warranty, 12-month warranty?
12-month warranty on parts, all parts. Okay.
And your decks for like the drink machines.
Yes, sir.
What's the cost on a replacement deck? Can you slide one out?
When you say a deck, you mean a cooling unit?
Yes, cooling unit.
I'm sorry, just want to make sure I understood what you're saying. Yes, you can slide it out and put a new one in. We recommend that you pull your cooling unit, that machine, 8 to 12 inches off the back wall. Okay. A lot of people build it into the wall. It really looks nice when the machine's built into the wall, but if it's not built into the wall, 8 to 12 inches, and normally that's enough room to create that circulation for that cooling unit. We also ask that every time you fill it, you clean it, right? Very important. On a cooling unit, the cooling unit goes, the coils are in this particular area here. So we always ask that, laundromat, a lot of lint, right? A lot of lint going around. You vacuum that out, and on the back end, where it goes, when it gets through that cooling unit, the coils, there's a back end that if you have access to that, to clean that area out. So every time you fill it, clean it. But yes, you can replace the cooling unit in one piece. Pull it out, put it in.
Cost on that?
I would round numbers about $1,000, give or take, right? It's gonna cost. It's gonna go in a crate, so you're gonna probably spend $200-300 to get it shipped to you.
Okay.
Okay, but yes, certainly available. Anyone else?
And did you say you guys distribute some of these products?
Well, we distribute them through our distribution network. Okay?
I've got a good comment about that. First of all, Mark,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah,
Is there any more
sure.
questions for Mark before I answer your question? I got a good response for that question. So Chris actually helped me out with this back here.
I'll do that later.
I think it was Chris. I was in his laundry and I said, "Where did you get all these products to fill up?" So as far as availability of the products that go into the Venrite machine, so I think it was Chris, if you remember this correctly, but I said, "Chris, where do you get the products that go into this machine?" He goes, "I buy them from Star, from here, from." I'm like, "Us? We have that?" So I just went downstairs. I went downstairs and we had it. So I didn't even realize we had it here. But that's kind of funny. But we do have most of those products here. Some of the larger Ven products, I was just wondering if we do carry, like some of that OxyClean. I'm not sure if we do, but if we'd like to probably add that to our lineup as well, because I didn't realize they had those larger ones as well. Kim, come up real quick while we get Chuck ready to go. And we're going to go gift card here. And this is Best Buy. I think everybody can utilize these. Pat Hankins. Pat, there you go. Always a pleasure. Pat probably came the furthest, well, close to it. You came from the farthest east, and then we have somebody here from Dyersburg, was probably the farthest west. But so let's go with more Start Distributing gift certificate. We have several of these, huh? All right, we'll do two real quick. This is Richard Riper. Must be gone. Michelle Hankins. There you go. Michelle, bring this to you.
Strength in numbers.
Yeah. Well, we're getting down. You got a pretty good chance of winning something here now. So, and like I said, the names do go back in the pot for the grand prize. We'll do another Start Distributing gift certificate. Rob, he left, and he's still looking, so we'll go one more. Mr. Patel. Yes, sir. How are you? It's good to see you again, as always. Yes, thanks for coming. I'm sure you could use that at some point. So we'll go ahead and get Chuck going here. We got quite a few more door prizes to give away, and then this is our last presenter. So if you have any questions after the fact, I'll be more than happy to be. We'll be here, so feel free to stick around and ask us anything you like. So Chuck, I'll give him his due there. His Celtics beat my Hawks last night, so we're done with that series. And we had a good run. Though. A lot of fun. But Chuck, thanks for coming. I let him. He's with American Changer, which is a very high quality changer, and I'll let him tell you a little bit about what he has to offer. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chuck White. I am a National Accounts Manager for American Changer. American Changer is
Hey, this is Chuck's the last one, so when we finish, I just want to bring all you guys up, including our staff, so everybody can kind of see how many people are here to support them. So just a couple minutes. You got the TV.
6 months.
Yeah.
Like, what?
We're almost there. What's that?
We're just going to do 3.
Rapid fire. Yeah.
There's only 3.
Oh,
Right
okay.
now, American Changer runs 2 weeks. Road Changers is, they say 4 to 6 weeks, but it's less than that now. It's more like 3 to 4 weeks. And the Triad machines are 3 to 4 weeks. American Changer acquired Row 4 years ago. And they acquired my company, Triad. I own a company called Triad. I own Triad for 20 years. They acquired my company over 3 years ago. So if we can go to the next slide, that would be great. So right now, I'm just going to show you some of the most popular products that we have in the laundry industry. The AC 6000 4-model changer, that was predominantly in the amusement industry, and over the last couple of years, we've sold a tremendous amount of those in the laundry industry. And the main reason for that is because of its capacity. If people want a high capacity changer, it's a front load floor model that holds 24,000 quarters. It has 2 bill acceptors in there, and they can hold 1,000 notes in each bill acceptor. So it has a nice storage bin in the bottom of it. You can put coin in there. You can put whatever in there. It's a workhorse of a machine. It's been around for many years, and it's just been tremendously popular in the laundry industry in the last couple of years. The changer in the middle is our AC 2005 changer. It's a rear load changer. It's geared towards I'd say small to medium-sized stores, and the stack holds 1,000 notes. It'll hold 5,200 quarters. It's perfect for small stores, perfect as a backup changer. It's very popular in the laundry industry and very popular in the car wash industry also. The changer on the right, the AC2225 changer, as I would say, is America Changer's signature changer. I'm not sure if that's the most popular changer in the country, but if it's not, it's right up there. And the reason why that changer is so popular, people like that changer because it looks like it's one change machine, but actually it's two individual change machine. Can you go back to that slide? It's two individual change machines in one cabinet. And why people really like that a lot is because if the right side's not working, the left side is. If the left side's not working, the right side of it is. If it runs out of coin on one side, or it can't operate on one side, the other side's functioning. It literally has two of everything in there. Two hoppers, two bill acceptors, two control boards, even two power cords. Everything's redundant. There's two of everything in that change machine. The only thing that's common between that change machine is that one coin cup. So it's by far, if like I said, if it's not the most popular changer in the country, it's right up there for sure. So can I go on to the next slide, please? Okay, I mentioned Triad. I owned Triad for 20 years. And a quick story about Triad is we knew we were a small company up in Massachusetts. We knew we weren't going to compete in just developing change machines. We had change machines, but our niche was two products. This one, the one on the left, it's called our TC400A-RL4, and it's pictured with bill recyclers in it. And I'm a big proponent of bill recyclers for what they bring to the table. A bill recycler, I just want to quickly explain to you how they work. When a 1, 10, or a 20 go in, they go up in the normal stack or up in the normal cash box. But when a $5 bill goes in, it goes in that little round container, that small round container in the bottom. What that allows us to do, every time there's incoming 5 goes in, we can use that to make change. So it serves a need. Now, what customer wants 80 quarters nowadays? You can you make a case they might be used 20? Can they use $20 worth of coin nowadays? Sure, they can. But at one shot, nobody wants 80 quarters nowadays, and everybody's looking around. Can you break my 20? Can you break my 10? Can you do this? So it's a combination bill breaker and change machine all in one. It takes money out of attendants' hands, and it's very, very popular in the industry nowadays. We sell tons of those. Each the Triad machine, you can see it comes with 2 recyclers, one on each side. And each one of those recyclers will hold $35 bills. So for a total of $65 bills. Everybody always goes to me, $65 bills, what's that going to do for me? That's not going to buy me the time of day. But they just got to get over the thinking. Sure, they're going out, but they're constantly coming back in to replenish themselves. So that's what the key is. That's the key to it. There's displays on the back of those recyclers that'll show you how many 5s are in there. And I've seen people go up there and they say, oh, God, there's 17 5s left in here. I have to go add some 5s. But by the time they get back and grab more 5s, they can look at, okay, now there's 24 5s in there. It's just how many 5s are coming in and how many 5s are going out. And obviously, I don't have to tell you, 5 is a popular bill. There's a lot of 1s, 5s, and 20s. Not so many 10s around, but there's a ton of 5s around, and it just works. That number works. So
when you go to collect it, do you leave $5?
Yeah, always leave the 5s in there. Yep. You always leave the 5s in there. Yeah. And there's certainly an easy way to take them out if you want to. I mean, there's an easy way to take them out if you want.
But what about the fitness? If they get to be soggy, wrinkly 5s, are they bad?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. The way that works, if there's a really, really ratty bill, obviously we can't control what goes in there. So if there's a really ratty bill, it'll take it in, but probably reject it. It'll probably reject it. But I got to tell you, it's a CPI product. You bought a Mars. It's a product made by a company called CPI, the original Mars validators. And I can tell you right now, in vending machines across the country, they're dispensing $1 bills in these, and they have over 400,000 of them in vending machines. So they work, and they're dispensing $1 bills. Mars is a huge company. They're a $1 billion company. They're in the bill acceptor people. These are the guys that are dealing with the Pepsis of the world, the Cokes of the world. So they know what they're doing. They actually roll them up. Am I smart enough to know how that works? No, God no. But it works. People ask that question all the time. But we can't control the quality of the bill goes in. But if it's torn, if it's ratty, it'll probably just reject it. It'll probably just reject it. So then, it's just it works. It works well. Because how it does work is every single bill has to go in that recycler, whether it's a 1, 5, 10, or a 20. Mechanically, there's no other way they can do it. But it'll keep the 5s, but every other bill it'll shoot the 1s, 10s, and 20s back up in the stacker. But every single bill goes in that recycler. Keeps the 5s. So, any other questions on recyclers? Because I could talk about recyclers all day. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, now we're going to go into another line, the triad bill breakers on the left-hand side. So we concentrated on recyclers as a company, and we concentrated on bill breakers as a company. As a small company, we sold a lot of those, and there was a good relationship with American Changer, and I'm happy to work for American Changer now. The triad bill breaker is it's definitely the most popular bill breaker in the country. They're predominantly used for card stores, 100% card stores. That can come with either 2 cassettes, 3 cassettes, or 4 cassettes. And what a cassette is, it's a black box that holds the different denominations of outgoing bills. So you can put 2 denominations, 3 denominations, or 4 denominations. You can dispense 2, 3, or 4 denominations worth of bills. Most people, if they have a 4 cassette machine, they're probably not going to dispense 4 different denominations. So for capacity reasons, they might double up in the 1s, they might double up in the 5s, have 2 boxes of 1s or 2 boxes of 5s. It also has the ability, as an option, to put the bill acceptor in there. They'll take up to $150 bill. And if you're going to accept 50s and 100s, I definitely would suggest getting at least a 3 cassette machine. If you only had 2 cassettes of 5s and 1s, you're going to wipe those bills off fairly quickly. A lot of people, if they're taking 50s and 100s, they might dispense 10s, 5s, and 1s or 20s, 5s, and 1s back to the customer. So the Triad brand also has the ability to add remote access. I'm going to touch on remote access in a minute. The bill breaker on the right-hand side, the American Changer bill breaker, it is limited to 2 cassettes. It'll hold a few more bills per cassette. You can hold 700 notes per cassette, where the Triad bill breaker will hold 500 bills per cassette. But it's limited to 2 cassettes, and you cannot add remote access to that machine, right, to that bill breaker. Most American Changer products, and you can add remote access to it. Again, I'm going to touch on that in about 2 seconds here. So, any questions on bill breakers? I know this, certain parts of the country are more popular with card stores than others. I know, like up in the New York area, there's a ton of card stores. There's a ton of bill breakers up that way, but a lot of areas, are strictly coins and hybrid stores for sure. So can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay, I just want to show you that every time Speed Queen opens up a franchise store, Alliance opens up a franchise store, they install 2 of our bill breakers along with their payment kiosk. And another reason I wanted to show you this slide is because we do custom decals, we do custom graphics all the time. So if you're building a new store, or if you're updating your store and you're buying a new change machine and buying a new bill breaker, it's a nice feature to add a decal in there with your logo on it, the colors of the stores. It just matches your decor nicely. Very, very popular, and not a lot of money to do it. It's not a lot of money to do it. So it's what you do is you send us with your colors that you want. You send us your logo you want. We'll give you 2 proofs. We'll give you 2 different. We'll give you a proof. If you don't like that one, we'll send you another proof. They'll charge you for the 3rd proof, but very rarely I've ever seen it go to a 3rd proof. So I'm just saying, if you like custom, they are very popular and they look nice. They do look really nice. So, any questions on bill breakers at all? All right, could we go to the next slide? Okay, I was mentioning American Changer acquired Rowe 4 years ago, and what they did, Rowe was known over the years. There was a lot of them in laundry, but I mean, a tremendous amount of them in the car wash industry. They, by far, the most popular changer in the car wash industry for a long, long period of time. The front load version was popular in the laundry industry. They were known for their robust, heavy-duty cabinets, the robust locking system. American Changer did not change that. They're using that same cabinet, that heavy gauge cabinet, heavy duty locking system. What they did change is they took all the components out of the road machine just because they were almost impossible to get. The technology was around for many, many years and it never changed. And it was almost impossible. It's almost impossible to get the old bill acceptors, the old coin hoppers. So what they did was they took all of those, all of the components out of the row products and they put all new American Changer components inside there. But they kept the durable, high gauge, durable locking system cabinet in the row products. And the row product, if you bought the row product, it comes with the remote access kit built right into it as part of the cost. But since those changes were so popular and we couldn't get parts, we developed kits. We developed kits for the row changer. So we could take all of the components out of the row changer. We could put all new American Changer components in there for roughly half the cost of a new change machine. You can put a kit in. And the beauty of it was too is you don't have to take the changer out of the wall. It'll probably take you a couple of hours to do the first kit, and if you bought another one, it'll take you certainly a less amount of time. But it's you have technology in there that's going to take you for the next X amount of years, next 10 years, whatever it is. The newer technology. If I had a row changer, to me it's a no-brainer to have to buy that product. To have a kit. And why buy a new change machine when that cabinet is solid? You can just put a kit in there for half the cost of a new change machine. So, can we move on to the next slide? And this is going to be my last slide. I kept talking about the remote access kit. It's very popular nowadays, what we do. We have a remote access kit. Not only can it comes in with all the row products, we can do it with the American Changer products. We can do it with the majority of American Changer products. So, and everybody nowadays wants information. So if there's an error condition, we can send you an email. We can send you a text. We can show you how much money has gone in each hopper. We can show you how much money's gone out of how much money you loaded each hopper in, how much money's gone out of each hopper, how much currency's come into the stackers. We can count that for you. We can total it for you. We can do all kinds of things like that. And same with the bill breaker. How much money's come out of the bill breaker? How much money has come out of each individual cassette? But one of the feature that separates us from our competition is what we call our refund tab. For example, a washer or dryer didn't start. We have a change machine. Somebody complaining about they didn't get enough change out of a change machine. So from your house, you can go, okay, listen, you're on the phone with the customer. You say, listen, stand in front of the change machine. Here's 8 quarters. Here's 7 quarters. You can dispense them remotely from your home, or not even your home, wherever you are. You can be in your car on your phone and do it. So all that information is there. It's a very, very popular feature. Customers like that feature a lot. So that's what separates us from the competition with the remote access by far. We are limited to one thing with remote access is that, from what I understand, there's 2 types of IP addresses. There's a static IP address and a dynamic IP address. We have to have a static IP address for it to work. So any questions on remote access, what it does, or any questions at all on American Changer, Row, Triad products? Well, if not, I appreciate your time. I appreciate Michael for remembering me today. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. You should come all the way down here. Yeah, that was pretty bad on my behalf. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and bring the staff, and Chuck, you can stay up here too, please. We're going to bring everybody up that was here helping out today, and want to show everybody what our company looks like, because I know you only see one of us here and there, maybe a service technician or installers. But just like to bring everybody up here who helps support you guys and me, of course. This is the team. So, yeah, that's fine. So, Mark, you can come up here too. We're just wanted to let you know. You guys come on up. Just wanted to show you. This is the team that we have now. One of us left a little early today. Mickey, he's on a. We have. So. This is almost the whole company, but Mickey left a little early. He took off on a cruise, but Mark's part of the team over here too. But I just wanted. But I do want to just let you know, this is our staff, and these are all the people here to support our customers, and we're very happy to. I'm very fortunate to have all these guys and ladies work for this company, and we've been so blessed and thankful, and I'm just so happy we've made it through another year. 65 years in business is quite an accomplishment, and it takes a village to make it happen. So we're really happy. And Ken, we got a couple more door prizes, and I was notified we only had 3 people who hadn't won anything yet. So those people are going to get the last 3 $100 bills. Oh, there's only 2. Well, then I said that. Well, some of the. All right. Well, that's not fair then. All right. So we're going to give away Roger. You get one of them. Come on up. Roger deserves it. He's building a new store up in Gallatin here. So then we got another one. Mark Lynch. There you go. There you go, Mark. And then we only have 1 gift card left. That's for Tommy. Tommy, here you go. A little Starbucks for you. Hopefully you can use that. Now we're going to put all the names back in, and we have this television over here that we're giving away. It's a 55-inch television, and so what I suggest is if you already have nice televisions, I put the new one at home and put the one at home in the laundry. That's what I've done many times. So, yeah. Then we have 1 grand prize winner, which is Michelle Hankins. Michelle. There you go. Thank you. Well, we just want to say thank you for coming. We're going to be here for a while, so if anybody wants to help us clean up, or I'm just kidding. But if anybody has any questions or anything, please let us know, because we're here for you. Thank you for coming, and be safe getting home, and enjoy this beautiful weather, and hopefully it's going to remain that way. But again, thanks for coming, and we'll see you soon. Let us know if you can do anything.